And today we are here at Cirque Series in beautiful Snowbird. It is a gorgeous day. We're here for the 2024 US Mountain Running Champs. And yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Yeah, we have names like Grayson Murphy on there, Cam Smith, uh, Christian Allen. Yeah. And it's, nice day. Temperature right now is 76, so a little warm with a high of 85. But, they'll climb up to the top there and should be a little cooler. Yeah. Well, so on tap, the race distance is 8.5 miles, but it's going to take a while because there's about 3,500 feet of climbing. The start is at 8,000 feet, but if you think about it, they're going to get up to over 11,000 today. So that'll be challenging. Do you want to walk them through like... Yeah. But we get to hit Hidden Peak at the top, have a little set, but then you get to go to the top of Mount Baldy, and then... Yep. Yeah. Looks like on the front line, though, you can see that Christian Allen right there, Andy Wacker, Matt Daniels, just like front line in it. And look at all the competitors here. This is awesome to see. Yep, nervous faces, but it's gonna be it's gonna be a good day. But this is the calm before the hurt right here, and they're off. Really hauling down. Yep, that's a pretty standard race plan. Take it out hard, make his. Yeah, I think they'll take it out pretty hot just because you start and then you get right on the service road with a little bit of downhill. And so, open up the legs, get the juices flowing, and then it'll turn up and you'll be on the service road uphill. So the nice thing about this course is that you're not going to have to worry about like a bottleneck. There's looks like the first women that were coming through. Yeah, look at that. I think there's roughly 500 people in this field because that's what they cap it out as. But that's the cool thing about Cirque Series is you have from elites to beginners out there. And so it's a really cool way to introduce people into the sport as well because it's a doable distance. And there's our race founder right there, Julian Carr. 7-time Warren Film appearance. Yes, he is actually, he was a pro skier, which is... Yeah, which is it's really cool because you get like a variety. It's not a trail race. I think that's why it's perfect that it says it's a mountain race because yeah, you traverse. You just find the best line and you send it. So it looks like already the front of the race is getting pretty spread out. I would say that means, you know, that they're running fast. It's not, yeah, they're not playing games today. Instead, they is going to see who has the fitness to really push it up this race course. I think we're expecting the men to be around an hour 20. So, you know, if you think about that amount of elevation gain, that's going to be hauling for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I think like some of our top contenders that we probably are going to be able to see in that men's field that are up front are people like Andy being an aggressor. We got Matt Daniels, Cam Smith, Christian Allen. Yeah. Yeah, everyone, free super shoes. And then also someone not to discount is also Taylor Stack. He's kind of coming from that track background, but is trying to make his debut into trail. And, you know, he's a 13:48 5K guy. So, yeah. And then not to be discounted either is Mason Coppy's in the field. He has a 13:57 5K. So you got some fast guys. And aside from the men, the women's field. Like, we were hoping for it. Yeah. Yeah. Hometown gal. Like, you know, she's she was raised in Utah. Now she lives in Park City. Like, she knows these trails kind of like her stomping grounds. And I think she's someone to definitely watch. Obviously, she's a defending U.S. champ, and she's a 2-time world champ. So that's an intimidation factor right there. But other people to look for is like Anne-Marie Flynn, like incredible racer. She won the Cirque Series at A Basin last fall. And then you have Giselle Slotboom. She's a local as well. Like, she knows these trails. She knows these climbs. Oh, yeah. Just that range, though, from going from second at Canyons 100K to the incredible Katie Scheid, who just won Western, to now dropping it down. It shows that, like, trail runners can be so diverse, but also, like, to have a little bit of everything in your system, because these longer races are getting faster, and so it doesn't hurt to jump down and have some short races to, like, get those legs going. Yeah. Yeah. It might not be their forte, but I think it's growing the sport by having athletes share through distances. I think someone else to really look out for is Rachel. She just got second at the U.S. Mountain Vertical Champs last week at Loon. So, speed running. I think her and Andy are some of the only ones that are doing the double, right? But nonetheless, like Rachel, she's made multiple US. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Yeah, she can send it on the downhill, but I think it's a good indication of looking at the Loon results for someone like Rachel of she's climbing really well right now. And we saw that too at her VK at Broken Arrow. Like she was up there, she was 6th in a very stacked field. So I think like the climbing is going to be great for her. We'll see what she does on the descent. Like I think that's going to be where a lot of moves are made. Yeah. Yeah. But there's also technical downhill. Like coming off of Hidden Peak, getting ready to go back up to Baldy, that is not a cakewalk. And so I don't know. Yeah, yeah, and I think like someone like a Christian Allen, like he can kind of do it both ways, but how much is he going to maybe bury himself in that climb, and what are his legs going to be like on the downhill? And then we have a lot of like question marks. Like I think Anne-Marie Flinch, we haven't really seen her racing this year, so like how is she informed to like send it downhills? We don't know. Same with someone like Taylor Stack. Like he's so new. Do we know, is he a good climber or is he a really good descender, or does he even know? Well, I want to say that I knew him long before he entered trails because he raced high school cross country and track with my brother in the state of Colorado. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 5th. Yep. Like super impressive. Yeah, and I think like to talk also about some other people in the field that maybe aren't as well known while we're on Taylor Stack is like someone like Jamie Brusa, like 5th in the series. She's from Montana, but she's also an OCR athlete, which is pretty cool for have a crossover. Like I know we've had a few in the sport, like someone like Tyler Veerman. He's done the Cirque Series before, but it's kind of cool that they're doing a little bit of both. And I think putting themselves out there in a deep field shows that OCR runners are really good runners as well. It's not just an obstacle race. And she's strong. Like, she powers up those climbs. Yeah. Oh, that's sick. Yeah. I wonder if she's like running and being like, looks over at a plant or like an animal. Oh, yeah. When I'm like, that's a pretty flower. And she like probably could tell me exactly what that is. Someone else in the field though, Flannery Davis Love. Like, I think we really need to talk about her. She, I think, could be a sleeper in this race. She's a 2:36 marathoner. So that's impressive. Qualified for Olympic trials. Trains in Boulder. Pretty sure has a full-time job as something in Boulder Health. So like to balance all that and yeah. Yeah. And even the finish, like we know that yes, there's a little bit of technical, but if there's a sprint finish, like you're finishing on fire road. So a lot could happen in that last mile. I think this is just going to be a full throttle race from start to finish. Like, there's going to be no time in this race where I think anyone's going to be like, oh, I'm going to settle and like feel relaxed. I think it's just going to be like, wow, why did I sign up for this? This really hurts. And maybe Matt Daniels will be questioning why he's doing it. And like 100 miles, like that nice slow burn. And here it's just like full throttle. Or as the Europeans like to say, full gas. Full gas. Which, yeah. Some other people that are in the field that I really want to talk about is someone like Cam Smith. Yeah. Posted on his Strava. I think this is like his fourth weekend of racing in a row. He did something before Broken Arrow, and then he did the Triple Crown at Broken Arrow, and like raced really high in every single race. Yeah. And then Vale Hill Climb. Yeah. Today. So Revenge Tour. I don't know. I think he went boom, 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 boom. Yeah. He won Vale Mountain. He won the Triple Crown at Broken Arrow. Like, but I think it's also because he missed like being able to have the ability to run the last 2 years in race because he got injured. Yeah. Yeah, he's on the Revenge Tour because in Skimo, he sustained an injury. Yep. Sustained an injury and then got back in the winter and was racing. And then, unfortunately, he got injured again. I think he was lifting, correct? And he did something to his shoulder. Yep. Really long recovery. Yeah. Hurt his shoulder, had to take more time off. I think he did. Nope. I think some people use them. If I was going for like not super fast and just wanted to enjoy my time out on that course, hands down use poles. And I saw like some of the more open athletes, they had poles. And I think that is a great idea if you're just wanting to go out for a good time. Yeah, it makes it enjoyable. No, it's faster just to do some power hiking. And I think someone who's really good at that is Giselle. I've raced her before, and somehow she has the perfect talent of like knowing when to switch from run to hike. And I think that is a gift. Yeah, and it looks like we have some footage back from the course. First of all, look how gorgeous that is. They get to run through that. Like, can we just take a moment to appreciate the beauty of our sport? Yeah, but we are. And our audience is getting to see this. So if you're jealous, yeah, and it just should like give people like a perspective of what these athletes are going to be on today. Like, you see the fire road, but pretty soon we'll have some other footage of going up some steep terrain like we were talking about earlier. And oh, it just, how could you not love trail running? Look at that. There's a reason that we have track and road athletes coming over to this sport because Yeah, once you do one of those races, you're like, okay, that hurt really bad, but wow, did you see those views? Oh, yeah. They got vendors. Yeah. But also like the people that create Cirque Series, like, and who gets gravitated towards it, like everyone is so friendly and they're like, hey, I'm gonna go hurt for a little while today, you're gonna go hurt for a little while today, and then let's come together at the end. And yeah, it is. Yeah. And it introduces people to what trail is. Yeah. Yep. And I think that's the nice thing about Cirque Series is it's offering a variety of races that are all around similar distances. So you're not being intimidated by, oh, to do trail running, you have to do a 50K or you have to do a 100 mile. Because, like we're seeing, we have a lot of young athletes in this field. And that can be intimidating if you're coming from a track or cross country background where the longest you're doing is 10K. And for most of those athletes, those are a little over or under 30 minutes. So then to come out and think that you have to race 4 hours, that's intimidating. But this, it's like it's a little over an hour for the men, about 90 minutes for the women. And so it's approachable and doable. And then same for the masses. Like it's a good way to get out on a Saturday morning. And then you have your whole afternoon. Like yeah, drink some beer, make some friends. Yeah, and well, here right now we can see some of the high points, some ridges that they'll be traversing. So, yeah, they're probably in the hurt locker right now. We're about 19 minutes in. Settling into their aerobic threshold. Yeah, which I think that creates question marks, right? Like, I think you can be a great mountain runner, but the altitude going up to 11 plus thousand feet, that could really change the dynamics of this race. Yep. San Luis Obispo. Yes, I believe so. Well, yeah. But for a lot of these athletes, like Anne Marie Flynn, she lives in the Salida area. So that's not like super high. And I know you can get up to train at high altitude, but it's still like, where is your baseline? Like, everyone's going to start getting uncomfortable pretty soon in this race because we're going to start getting above tree level. And so, no. Is that why you're not out here doing it? Yeah. I think, doing this race, we did it as our first. Oh, and it looks like we have some viewage of a runner on course. I would think so. I think it's our aka Slim. Maybe he's the real Slim Shady. We don't know. Yeah. Fun enough, he is a father of three. So that's pretty impressive. Um, yeah. Yep. Yep. qualified for the Olympic marathon trials, but then had to pull out due to injury in his femur, which was super unfortunate to see because I think he, would have been up there for contention because he trains with the other BYU men, Connor Mance and Clayton Young, a little bit. And, they qualified for the Olympics. So that's pretty nice to have those guys as your training partners in your back pocket. He also went to Worlds for cross. Yeah, so he competed in World Cross Country in March and then did a little bit of a road and track circuit in the spring and now is transitioning onto the trails for the rest of the summer. And, he knows this course because he did win Speed Goat 50K last year here. So he has some insider knowledge that I think he's going to really know where to push on these climbs and how he should feel. And so seeing him up front, it's not a huge surprise. He's comfortable here. He knows what to expect. And I think this is one of those courses that you probably don't want to go in the dark. You want to have a little bit of some course knowledge. And someone who did a great job of that I saw was Rachel. She got here a few days early. Instead of running the course, she went and hiked a little bit of it. So she at least knew what it was going to look like. And I think that's going to be invaluable to have today. Well, look how fast he's going, and he makes it look like it's not a steep uphill. Yeah, what we're probably saying that's a good 15 to 17% grade if I was a betting woman running on this course before, and he's just bopping up there like it's no problem. Just. Yeah. And no one in sight. He has turned on to that trail and we have yet to see second place coming up. So he has a huge gap right already. And we're only 24 minutes in. So he is really opened up this field and is asserting his dominance. And right now, unless something dramatic happens, I think he's going to be hard to get caught. Because now we just are seeing second place, it looks like, has hit the trail. But he has to have 2 minutes almost on that. And we're also moving pretty well. I can't tell who the runner is, but as we can see, Christian Allen is putting on a show for us. He is demonstrating what it's like to run fast on these trails. So here's the second place runner. I'm just having a hard time knowing who that is, but they are also moving very, very well on terrain. And so working their way up to Hidden Peak, to the ridge, which the ridge, yeah. And it looks like, so there's a gap between first and second, but then it's getting close. There's a good pack chasing. Yeah. And they are moving along for sure. And I think we just saw Cole Campbell go through. Yeah, so a Western trail athlete. Yeah, let's go, Gunnison, let's go. Well, yeah, what we got, we have Taylor Stack, who went to school in Gunny. We have Cole Campbell and Cam Smith, for men, right there. They might win the team title. We have some cheers with some good slim. Yeah, we got the slim. I guess go look at slimrunner.com. I'll go look at it. He has fans, everyone. Got some more runners making their way up the course, and you can tell it's steep. Like, you see the shortened stride, you see the lean forward. Like, it's steep. It doesn't look like it from this angle, but I can tell you. Yeah. Andy Wacker had ice in the hands, trying to cool down. Saw people pouring water on themselves just to start the race a little bit cooler. And yeah, you know, it's gonna be a hot one out there. I personally think if I saw snow on the course and I was running by it, might not be a bad idea to grab some, put it down the sports bra. Like, thermal regulation trumps cardiac output, so you want to stay cool. And you can see they're just going to traverse up this trail. They do a little bit, it looks like we have an aid station there, so that would be a great opportunity for them to even grab water and pour it on themselves, like to be able to maintain more of, you know, get that core body temp a little down, because once you get on that ridge, that sun is going to bake you. There is no shade up there. There is shale up there. No, it's that it does. But yeah, they push up this ridge, and you know, it gets hard to run right there. You know, it is. I appreciate a good switchback, and I have a feeling all of these runners appreciate a good switchback just for a little reprieve. Yeah. Like, you can see, I think that might have been a spectator walking on the course, but you do see a runner there. And this is where you're going to have to start asking yourself, do I run or do I break into a hike? Because it is so steep. At some point, unless you're very strong, I think it's hard to keep moving. You start doing the little goat steps and you end up like going nowhere. You're just like bouncing up and down.
Running versus hiking is the endless debate, and it goes person to person.
Yeah.
From important, it is faster to hike for everybody. I think Cirque does a great job of finding that point here.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing about this race is there's a little bit of everything, right? You have the fast start, you can get the legs rolling, and you have that climb that's on the service road, and you have part of the Hard Rock live stream. Camille Brutus is not in the race, ladies and gentlemen. I doubt she'd want to run that fast after running 91.2 miles at Hard Rock. She would be hiking that climb, actually. But yeah, I think you're going to start seeing a lot of athletes where they will be running and then they'll break into a walk, and then they will run and then break into a walk. Just honestly to be able to break up what muscles you're using. Like, I know that if I try and just run a whole climb that's super steep, my calves are done. Like, I just start cramping up, and so you don't want that. Not on this long of a climb. This climb can take like upwards of, you know, this steep section. It can be 10 plus minutes for a lot of people, and that's, yeah, probably. Yeah. Bopping up there like it's no problem. We know he's hurting, but man, does it just look effortless. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how people that doubled back from Loon Mountain, though, do feel now. The legs, like, are they fatigued from just going uphill? Yeah. Yep. That travel is huge. Oh, we have some more beautiful ridgeline. Like, you can see what they're having to traverse after being on the service road. Like, it's a huge transition to just be able to go from service road to this. And I think that's another place that you're going to see some moves being made. You know, you can be in a pack a little bit on that service road working together.
Yes, I think that pack of 4 guys that was running up, I think that was going to be split.
Well, look, we're already having gaps open up here. And it's starting, this is where it's starting to get really hard. You know, you've climbed for a while, you haven't had much reprieve, and so yeah,
You know, we have seen Sam go out too hard in the past.
we have.
It is not unthinkable that all this time that he has already made up on people, if he ran his pace was wrong,
Yeah.
he could come back. There are some absolute monsters on the downhill.
And that's the cool thing about trail is never giving up. Like,
This is not over until it's over.
honestly, so much can happen in a last uphill or a last downhill that things can change. And so athletes, though, they're still moving well right here. They'll get a little reprieve at the top of Hidden Peak, so they can just hope for that. They can look up the ridge. Yeah. Little false summit type. And you see the wonderful volunteers up there, and you're just hoping that that's not where you have to go. But then as you look at the trail, you're like, that's where I'm having to go. So I think it's a little bit of put the head down and grind. I'm excited to see when we get the view of what women will be coming through. I think arguably the women's race, Grayson Murphy, it's her race to lose pretty much. Like, not to say there's, yeah. And it's great to see her racing again. I know we missed her at Broken Arrow. I'm not sure why she decided not to compete, but you know, it was a sad absence. So it's great to see her out back at US Champs. Yeah. Well, when she shows up, she's always on. And so I think that's what makes it very special is every race that she does, she makes it count. And it was really cool to see her debut at the Golden Trail over in China and be able to podium against a very, very strong women's field. And so to be able to see her then again racing today on trails that she knows, like, and so you can see that athlete there in the bottom of the screen. We went for some hiking there and now we're back to running. So it shows you that a lot of these athletes are not going to run every single step. You have to break it up here. Yeah. Yeah, and I think you get a better angle right there of just how steep that is. And you can see how long, and that's not even the top of the climb. You just keep going. And these people, I want to say poor people because maybe they have no idea what's ahead, but you know, which is kind of nice. You're not looking up all day being like, that's where I have to go. But this looks like a more enjoyable way to do this race if it was me. I think, you know, that's why we're not out there right now, right? We know the pain of it. Yeah. But yeah, there's the ridge, and see, it just keeps going, and those athletes, they can see the whole way. They know where they have to get to the top of.
Exactly how far away from the competitors you are on this part. There is no place to hide here.
Which
You cannot get out of sight, out of mind. That
no.
is a race strategy that many of them failed in the past with trail running. Like, if you are going through technical trails with a bunch of trees, if you get far enough ahead, you can be out of sight, out of mind. People kind of forget that you're out there.
But here
Here, you are not able to do that. They are watching you every step that you make.
and you can just see how long that climb is, and then I think you can, it's perfect though, because you can gauge, you can see, okay, You can look at a tree and see when they come. And if you want to look at your watch and be like, okay, I'm a minute behind. How can I make this up? Where can I find that?
We are 37 minutes in. This is when the hunters start hunting.
Yeah.
This is when everything starts really bad for people who don't want too hard.
Things start to get real.
Yes. So hopefully that we are having these hunters look at Steve Fishnell and
Yeah.
we hope that they're just chasing.
We hope they're questioning, like, how does he feel? Because I can tell you right now, he's not feeling good. And nor is anyone in this field. This is where it gets hard. Like, you're pushing, it's 37 minutes in, you're hot. Like, it's not an easy day. But that's the cool thing about it. Like, you can all hurt together. And I think that's the nice thing about finishing, like crossing the finish line. It's like this sense of accomplishment that you just don't get from many other sports, in my opinion. Like, you can look up at the mountain and be like, I made it to the top of that. And that's a good feeling. Like, I know when, you do training and you say you want to get to a top and you see a peak over at home and you're like, I want to get to the top of that. Like, look at that view. You could look up from the base and be like, I went to the top of that. And yeah, I think Jasmine is going to be able to give us But I think a great thing too is she'll be able to show us like what their faces are telling. Like, a face tells a lot in a race. Yeah, or big glasses. People wonder, why do you wear glasses? And it's to not show the fear in my eyes that maybe something was a bit too aggressive. But you can see just how long that ridge is, and they're on that the whole time. So you can see how the race is playing out that whole time and gauging your effort by that. Like, I think by being able to see where the top of your climb is, you can be like, do I need to push harder, or do I need to maybe throttle it back a little? Very easily go out too hard on. Pretty soon at the top, you will be not power hiking, but walking. Yeah, you will be more like the stand upright, gasping for breath. Yeah, like 11,000 feet. Oh, yeah. Even like. Anything about 10,000 feet is just, you're just gasping for air no matter what you're doing. It doesn't feel good for anybody. Maybe Killian, but he's a special case. I think a cool thing about this race too is it's actually the Trail Collegiate Championships as well. So any athlete that is in college or completing a college course, they are eligible to be able to contend for a win here for the U.S. Collegiate Mountain Champs. Back to one of our favorite times, Colorado. Yeah. They have such a strong collegiate contingent here. Well, and I think that's something that's really cool is of how they're getting athletes to come to these races and starting trail runners from a young age. Like, I think you see the progression of a lot of athletes that they go from track and cross country in college and high school, and then trail is something that you do after. And I think athletes, like we're seeing Rachel, Megan Lacey, she raced for Stanford and Boise State. And you're seeing these track athletes come over to trail later on. And it'd be kind of cool to be able to see them start there. And so it seems like Western is trying to build that. It's like, let's have a starting spot. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we learned that on this course a couple years ago is we had done trail racing in Buena Vista and Salida, And there's not a really rock on those courses. And then we come here and it is, there's rocks, there's roots. And we're like, this is stupid. This isn't trail. And it's like, well, yeah, that's why it's called mountain racing. But introducing athletes to that, I think. Yeah. Well, he fostered it. It's just like. And I think we're seeing that with an Anna Gibson, with Mika, that they're coming over immediately post-college and being like, actually, I want to pursue trail. And so if we could get more of that, I think it would be so cool to see, especially in distances like this, getting people to come and make the U.S. Mountain Running Champ a big deal and not just a side hustle race. And so I think by having Cirque Series be a part of it and having the viewership of this, this is going to kind of open that gateway because Cirque Series is so known. And
I think Cirque Series is the epitome of American mountain racing.
Yep.
Like it is mountain racing that are famous in Europe, everywhere else in the world. But this is what mountain running is in the US. And there's a good time, it's good vibes, and then we're spreading out ski resorts, we're throwing out huge mountains and flying down them. And I think that is what mountain running is in the US.
And I think a fun thing about mountain running and this type of racing specifically is you have to be like, it's not just someone's race because, oh, they're a good climber. And it's like, oh, you're a good climber, so this is your race. It's like, you have to have all the skills. You have to be a good climber. You have to be a good descender. Like, you got to practice it all. So it's not just a given of like, you look beside you and like, there's Andy Wacker. Shoot, I know he climbs really well. There goes my race. Like, you never know. He does everything. But see, and that's why he's been in the sport for so long. He did his first U.S. champ race in 2013. So we're over a decade of doing U.S. Mountain Running Championships. Just the longevity of that is incredible. And his first time. Yeah, well, he got close to the podium at the Loon Mountain Vertical. Like, that's so incredible. And how he's just keeping on going. And now what he's doing to foster young athletes. Yeah. Yep, he's created what's called the Trail Team. And so I encourage people to look it up, even support it. But here we have more of the climb. We're seeing runners making their way up there. A good Congo line of people. Yeah. Yeah, and how well they were moving over very hard terrain. Yeah. And going back to like Andy, like his first US champ, he was 7th. Just the top 6 made the world team. So he is placed so high every year. That's pretty cool to see. And I would hope he does well again today. He's raced here before. And so again, he has some insider knowledge on this course. Yeah. Another person in the field that I'm going to be interested to see is Seth DeMoore. Yeah.
I love the DeMoore brothers. But Seth, he ran collegiately at PU. He is, I want to say he's like about 39.
Maybe?
And he is absolutely tough right now. You might know him if you are a freaking of YouTube. This guy has a huge he's evolving, and he is ahead of that in the community. He is making such a community out of trail running, out of road running. He's kind of one of those mixed athletes. Quite hard to do the
Yeah.
He is a phenomenal climber. He's won Pikes Peak ascent at least once.
Yeah,
He Pikes Peak marathon.
Yep.
I think he's had one of the fastest Pikes Peak ascent times of the year.
Yeah.
The old run the hand.
Yep. And he is also kind of on that like revenge tour. He hasn't come out like Cam Smith and said he's been on one. But yeah, he won the Leadville Heavy Half, got second at Kendall, and you know, he's now here. So the guy just is excited to put it all together. But you can see we're seeing some hikers being able to, yeah, you can see how they're bending over. Yeah, we should be able to get some camera viewage on the men one pretty soon and see how they're suffering. See if anyone's closed the gap to Christian Allen. You know, he put on a big one there.
I don't know how his downhill skills are.
Yeah, you know, when he has people behind him like Andy Wacker and like Cam Smith, like it's gonna be something that he's really gonna have to send it. He's not he's not gonna be able to just, you know, take it chill on those descents. And it's same, and now we have some good viewership. We have Jasmine right up there. She'll get to give us some intel here, but we're moving. Yeah, he is hauling. I'm trying to see. I didn't see who that was. It was hard to see the shirtless wonder there. But these guys are moving. Yeah, they get, as you can tell, they get a little reprieve right there, and that's what we were talking about after Hidden Peak. Or you're gonna head back up to the top of Mount Baldy. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so we're looking at some of the chats. And yeah, it is 3,500 feet. Yeah. And yes, Andy does rock. love the chats. Yeah, the Wasatch Mountains are gorgeous. Like look at that view where Jasmine gets to be. It looks like we have Cam Smith and Mason Coffey. They're working together.
They're rolling through.
So coming up again, getting a little reprieve.
I don't think we talked about Mason at all. He and his partner just moved to Colorado. They're just in Denver right now.
Yeah, so there's a good group of guys that are coming through. Yep, Seth Demore, he's crushing right now, putting on a show and trying to catch the young bucks.
He is doing Taylor's mode of wearing the big glasses, hiding the pain.
Yep.
We all know he's in there.
That's what you got to do. Yeah, and it's actually about 8.7 miles total, and so then we have another athlete coming through here. But you can tell they're getting warm. He looks hot. He has a hand bottle. What? Yeah, and we're hoping to see some women should be coming through here pretty soon, especially someone like Grayson. Oh, there's Cole Campbell. He's moving well. Like, again, using this downhill to be able to make up some time.
He just had a dollar race at the 46K he was top 5, I believe.
Yeah. I think he's trying to find his legs, probably the speed legs here.
Well, he is a guy that gets the speed like forced upon him, running down these service roads, running down these trails.
Yeah, well, you can tell the service roads right here, like having them open up a little bit. But it's hard. It's hard to do that transition from the steep to the uphill. Look at that shirt. Yeah, he has his party shirt on. We love it.
That is part of Cirque Series. It is all about the vibes here.
Always have to have good vibes. You gotta have a good time out there. Yeah, you're hurting, but like, what's it if you don't enjoy it a little bit?
Absolutely. You can start when you're in a button-up shirt. That's cool.
Yeah, and we're hoping. So yeah, we have Mason has passed Cam Smith here. But they're doing, they're doing those goat steps. It's steep. You can tell that. There's not much lengthening happening right now. It's short and steep steps right there, and they're making their way now up to the top of Baldy. And this will be pretty much the last big climb before they do the descent, and they'll have just a little one left after this that brings them up to the tunnel. And so kind of when they get to the top of this, they know they're a little bit, they're a little bit home free there. And
so once they pop up and over Baldy, they'll have this pretty steep technical downhill. They'll go through a big boulder field, navigate their way through there.
But we can see Cam has taken a moment. He's hiking. And now he's breaking back into a run.
I don't think I've seen Mason hike yet.
No, not yet. And you have Seth Demore. He's trying to close the gap back there.
And if you watch Seth's YouTube, you know one thing, and that is Seth is good at altitude.
Yeah.
Seth is a monster. He does workouts at 12,000 feet. So this is no weird thing for him. He is up there, and he's like, all right, this is where I start to climb. This is where I start to put the hurt on the
This is his homeostasis.
This is homeostasis for Seth.
Yeah, he likes this altitude, hence is why he puts himself in there. I think those are some of the older ones, right? But look at that climb. You can just really see what they're in for.
He said, this says audio channel now presenters off. We're trying to get this audio mixing a little bit better for you there.
But yes, like Johnny Luna Lima, it is Thick Cortado and White Latte presenting for you today. Also known as the Hemmings. But we have great shots here. Great to be able to see.
We have party shirt is David Kennedy.
Yeah, David Kennedy. Okay. So also a Boulder boy, a Boulder man. I'm pretty sure he does laps of the Flatiron quite regularly. So, he's used to steep stuff.
This is flat for him then, huh?
Yeah, this exposure is nothing. He knows how to.
Well, we got Joe Gray
in the chat.
Comment. What's up, Joe?
The U.S. Mountain Running vertical
goat.
champs.
The goat.
Champion last week.
Yep.
He has it. He was smart to just stick with the uphill, not have to come and do the downhill of this and wreck the quads coming up. But you see some more of our men climbing up their way to Baldy, but you can see that slick, that shaly. It's challenging going up that. It's not an easy climb.
Point.
And look, you see people leaning forward, power hiking.
Oh, what a beautiful shot, though.
It is. It is gorgeous.
For us.
Yeah, for us.
They might not be enjoying
Sitting at the chairs in the bottom, not having to be part of any of the pain. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to get some more footage on who our women are.
Yes, hopefully they'll be coming through and we can shoot back to Jasmine and see where the gals are coming through.
Yeah, who would you expect to kind of be like in the top 3, you think?
I am assuming that that Gracie Murphy. I mean, you gotta always pick her for leading the charge.
Yep.
I think she's going to be pushing the pace. I think Rachel Tomajczyk definitely will be up there. And I think Giselle is going to have a good one today.
Yeah, she's such a good climber, and I'm just wondering if much movement will happen on that descent in either race.
I think a lot can happen. I think especially with these guys that are kind of packed up, I think we'll see some pretty big switch-ups once they get to the serious downhill.
Yep.
I know I've run behind Cam Smith on a downhill before, and I've thought it was the most terrifying in my life. So I think he can definitely move up. He has that. I think it's a little bit different relationship with fear that skiers have.
Yeah, I think their downhill ability, they think they're going slow while they're running, where the rest of us runners feel like we're going very fast.
Yeah, and I think it's Mason Copy. I think he's not overly confident in his downhill. He's a very good downhiller, but he's not overly confident in it. So I think that might be why he's pushing on the way up to Baldy, trying to make some separation, try to get up as high up there as he can.
Yeah, I think it's kind of about making time where you can, because being so short, it's not like you can have too many mistakes here. You got to be able to kind of lean into what you're really good at and hope that it sticks.
Right.
And be prepared to have to improvise a little bit. You know, like that boulder field on the back half, you have to be on top of your game there. It's a challenge, and especially on tired legs. It's one thing going through and having to be good at technical running when you don't have jello legs after that climb. But
3,700, 3,800 feet of climbing, that will tire out the legs, and you will just not be quite on your 100% game, and that boulder field can take you out. That's
when falls happen, right? Yeah. Like, that's when you have to be super present and aware and looking where you're going, and not paying attention and caring who's behind you. Like, I think that's a dangerous thing on things like this, is trying to gauge by turning around and seeing where others are. I think you really just gotta put the blinders on and full send and hope for the best.
Right. Nothing but full concentration works in sub ultra. There's such short races, you can't really get anything wrong. So these races, you have to have full concentration. You have to be in that zone that you are, like, nothing else is happening. You can run through a crowd of people and not even notice that they're there, because you are watching the trail. You are figuring out where your feet are going.
Yeah, you have to be, and I think that's another cool thing about trail that we just have to talk about, is being fully present.
If you haven't figured out, guys, we think trail is very cool.
Yeah, trail's pretty sick. If you want to be cool like the Hemmings, come over to trail, because obviously people think we're really cool.
No one thinks we're really cool.
Our parents do, so that counts. That counts for something. How do you think these people right now that we see, how are they feeling? Is this someplace where they're trying to reassess, like, do I push? Do I, like, stay where I'm at? Like, you've run this climb before, so
I think this point is you are so far into the climb that you have already found your rhythm, and you are just trying to make it up the hill as fast as you can. There's not much tactics going on. This is the maximum effort I can push to get to the top of that hill. You can see.
Yeah, we're excited to see the secret tunnel, Dylan. That's a cool part of the race.
It's Avatar: The Last Airbender quote.
Oh, I'm glad that you know this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for being here to enlighten me.
I watch cartoons. It's cool.
On all your off time. But the tunnel is a cool part of the race. Like, I'm excited for people to go through that, because that could be an out of sight, out of mind thing. It's a little dark in there, you know. You could put some time on people by, it's slightly downhill. And it's not technical in the slightest, because it is on, like, a carpet type thing, which is kind of cool. Let's see. Why can't I see that?
But this, you can see these fire roads. Those are deceptively steep. So when these runners come up and over, they'll pass off to the backside, come up. They have a really steep short climb, and then they'll go through that tunnel that you was talking about.
And then you're home free.
Then you are running down on fire roads, some single track, and it is steep.
Yeah, lean forward. Let gravity take you.
This is Utah. Everything is steep.
Everything is steep.
These are big mountains, and they are steep.
Yeah, Seth is coming up strong. He was making a move up Mount Baldy, meaning he wants it.
Let's go, Seth.
He's hunting. He's doing what we talked about.
Yes. The thing is, he has been around here long enough that he knows, and he has been doing these short trail races for long enough that he knows how to pace these. Yes, it is only maybe an hour, 20 minutes, but you can do a lot of damage to yourself in that first 30 minutes, and you can be running pretty slow if you pace it incorrectly.
You can do some damage.
Yes.
You can dig a very deep hole and never come out of it, especially at this elevation.
Yeah, no, that's one of the dangers of racing at altitude, right?
Yeah.
Like, once you go into the red, you're not coming out.
No, definitely
and
not.
I think that's a scary thing for the sea level people here.
Yep.
Is at sea level, you can go into the red, you can slow down a little bit, come out of it, and start going hard again. But not up here. Not in the.
No,
not in
up
the
here,
daytimes.
once you get into that redlining zone, it's really hard to come back out of it. Well, sorry, we were put back in our place by the king of trail running, Joe Gray. Loon did have some monster downhills, so the quads still got a little thrashed. We apologize for that misknowledge,
Yes.
but
So I guess, yeah, we'll see how the gals coming back are doing.
Yeah.
How Andy's doing. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen Andy bothered by that. But I don't know how Rachel Tmychek or Laura will be feeling.
yeah, how they'll feel with that in their legs. And we wish we had a leaderboard. We do not. We are in the dark. Currently, we are trying to see if we have some time checks to be able to give you more information on what is occurring up on the mountain. What? I don't know.
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Sorry there, folks. We were being asked if it was normal for the smoker to be smoking, because earlier it was caught on fire.
Yes.
We had some safety, some people in safety attire, all standing around not doing much, but just waiting for someone to do something. Which
Smokers are supposed to be on fire.
we're supposed to be smoking.
They're supposed to
Which
be smoking.
is what these people are doing today. Is they are smoking this course. They are so smoking fast.
I am so excited to see who is coming down this mountain. I really do want to get an update on how the gals are doing. We haven't seen.
But also thinking about looking at that descent. So they're going to be coming down from this view. They're going to be coming down that fire road and thinking about, I will love to see these Strava segments after the race.
Oh, yeah.
Being able to see what they're going to be hitting running down this.
Yeah.
It's
So here's when we talk about the speedsters that are coming from cross-country track background. We have people that have run sub 4 miles here, and I think they are going to be able to open up those legs, and they're going to be forced by gravity to be running so fast. So I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing low 4-minute pace here for
Yeah.
the men, low to mid for, I mean, racing just as fast as the guys are pretty much, so.
yeah, and correct, Joshua, that Christian Allen, as far as we know, was in the lead last time we saw him
Yep.
by quite the margin. So unless something drastically went astray on that course, I have a feeling he is staying at the front pack.
Yeah. I don't imagine, just the respect I have for him, he is such a phenomenal runner. I don't imagine that he is going to be coming backwards, but I do think there are guys that are hunting in that pack behind.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the excitement happens of, do we have guys that can run downhill fast enough on this steep terrain to catch up?
Yeah, or just try and close the gaps between where they currently are. Like, I think we were seeing Mason was trying to put time on Cam Smith and Seth Demore. And so, like, they're going to be trying to minimize those gaps on those downhills and not letting them get away, because it really matters right here that, you know, being able to stay close on a descent, because you could open up a minute right here. Look how fast that is.
Oh, yes. I am so excited to see these guys coming down. That is most of the way down the mountain. They'll be coming flying down that trail right there onto this service road, and I think they're going to be running pretty low 4-minute mile pace.
Yeah, and they're going to feel this tomorrow.
Yes.
The quad, this right here is where they're going to feel their whole body tomorrow.
Yes. Down at the vendor village, we see they are getting ready, figuring out how to do the finishing line tape, because not only is this the Cirque Series, it's the Mountain Running Championships, and it is the first Mountain Running Championships in a while that's been held on the west.
Yeah, so we had it about 3 years ago. We had it in Mount Hood.
Yes, Narnar.
And Narnar, but in the past few years it has been held on the East Coast. And so it's kind of nice to have it back on the West Coast. And this year, though, there is no world mountain running team to be named. So they're literally just fighting for this U.S. title, which kind of is nice that it takes, I feel like, a little bit of the pressure off. And so I think that'll allow racers to have even better races here.
I do think there is races that they will be qualifying for, but it is not a world championship.
Okay.
Yes, they are still qualifying for something. I'm not sure which races it is.
But I think people can be able to race better without that pressure of making a world's team.
Yes.
That's hard.
It is.
We've both been in that seat. Like, the race seems a bit more stressful. But right now I feel like you can just race with reckless abandon a little bit and just, like, take chances here and just see where that puts you.
Yeah, and I think I do think if we had a camera on the guys right now, we'd be seeing their faces, and I do wish we could see the women coming through, because we don't know where they are. We are blind to them right now.
But this gives you a good perspective of that downhill.
Yes.
And just how you can open it up, because the tunnel is right up there under that tree line where that snow, that big snow patch is, and so they'll come bursting out of that tunnel, and then they'll hit that
2,000 foot. Almost 3,000 foot descent.
Whew.
Straight down into the vendor village.
Yeah.
It is just steep and gnarly.
So we should be expecting the men to be coming through the finish, I would say, in the next 10 minutes.
Yes.
Hopefully
they'll be coming out of that tunnel soon.
Oh, and it looks like we do have a runner coming down. You can see on that corner right there.
Oh, here we go.
Just hauling. Just moving so quickly. And yeah, like right now, they're just leaning forward and giving it all they have. Because at this point, you don't have to go down. You don't have to go up another uphill. So your legs can be absolutely trashed. Thanks for watching the stream. You know, trying to get more viewership to trail running. It's happening. And we're just super appreciative of Mountain Outpost, like being out here and being able to have some live coverage of this race.
Yes, it is a very challenging logistical thing to have people out on the mountains with lack of service, trying to get people up there talking, seeing where people are in the race courses, because that's what makes our races so amazing, is how far out in the wilderness they get. It is an adventure the whole time, but that makes it a logistic nightmare.
But look how fast these runners are going
Oh,
down.
goodness.
They are just cruising. We're going to get some 5K PRs coming down this.
I would not be surprised at all.
No, I'm going to be very excited to see what splits we're hitting. And
What did you say, Mason Copy's 5K?
13:57. So
All right. Let's see 13:50.
maybe if he has some trail super shoes on, you know today could be his day. We're here at the finish and we're getting the crowd already. Another thing, just seeing the support of the family and the community out here watching this race, bringing the athletes home on a gorgeous day. And I think we're going to be expecting the male runners to be coming through the finish
Pretty
a little
quickly.
faster.
Yeah.
And as Eli was saying, there are spots up. We just looked up. There are spots available for this race, actually at a World Cup final in Italy. So there are spots on the line. Spots
Yes.
on the line. And I'm pretty sure you have to stay on course here. This isn't a European style. If you see the switchback, cut the switchback. I'm pretty sure.
No, this is very much not to stay on course. This is follow the flags, but there are flags just about every 3 feet, so
Yep.
there is no cutting that you can do.
Yeah, because we are in a watershed recreation area.
Yeah, so there is very limited off-trail access to what you can do. There was a little bit on the top of Baldy that you can see. There's not much of a trail there, but everything down in the valley here is pretty strict. Let's stay on trail, and it makes it fair that way too.
Yeah. Unlike skyrunning, where you see the flags, you just go full send for it, and you're
Yes.
like, if I can see it, that's where I'm making it to. It would be nice on this course, as you see how many switchbacks you have to take on this final descent. It would be really nice just to bushwhack right down and cut a few minutes off. But then that could make for an interesting race of seeing who takes chances going through the marsh fields.
Yeah, that is a good question. Do you think it'd be faster to go straight down, or actually these fire roads are just so runnable?
Who has the stronger ankles would be the question.
We got road here, so we are not far from
We
the
are
finish
not
here.
far from finishing.
We are starting to hear cheering, so we are keeping an eye out, not only on the monitors, but in real life, trying to see our men's leader coming through.
We will see the man, the myth, the legend on the course currently. Hopefully we will be seeing Christian Allen come across. You finish on a bridge, across a bridge into the Snowbird Plaza. And so it kind of leaves the whole crowd on the edge of their seat waiting to see who will be coming down. And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty nervous. I'm like excited, but like hands are sweating.
I know, and we've seen so little of the women's race that I'm so curious as to what's happening there.
Yeah, because I think that it's so open to so many people, and we haven't seen
What we have here is wild.
like Grayson Murphy, yes, world champion twice, but we don't know what type of form she's in right now. Is this like getting her legs back under her after a travel over to China and home? Now they are.
Leaders on screen.
Leaders
There
are
is
on
Seth Demore
screen.
running right here.
With a hard chaser. And see, they are
Those guys
opening it up.
Not far from the finish here.
No, and
We'll be seeing them shortly.
they're opening it up, leaning forward, just sending it with all they have right now.
But they do have a pretty good gap after that little pack there.
Yep. We're looking at all the runners coming down right here. We have Cam Smith.
Cam Smith.
Looks like he's taking the downhill just a little bit slower. Could be that he had just sent it so hard on that
He
climb.
might be feeling it, yeah.
He could be feeling.
This is what we were talking about. You might be feeling it after a little bit of misspacing. And like we talked about, he has raced so much recently.
Yeah.
You can see this runner coming up behind him, moving much quicker. I hope.
I think this is David Kennedy, right? Is this our party shirt man? I think it is.
I think it is as well.
David Kennedy is taking the pass over Cam Smith.
That's a lot of pink in one picture.
That is. You know, men that want to be seen
men
wear
wear
pink.
pink.
Real men
Real
wear
men wear
pink.
pink.
I love it. Then we have Cole. He's coming through. Again, and you can tell how they're leaning back a little, how they're braking. That just shows you how steep it is. And people have their cowbells out. The crowd is getting antsy. They want to know what is happening. And from our predictions, we should be seeing people coming any minute now. And here we have the finish. It looks as if Christian Allen is coming across the bridge. Here he comes. He looks so relaxed.
A wonderful mullet.
Yeah.
No one else can match in the sport of trail running.
And that right
I
there,
challenge anybody to match that mullet.
that right there is your USTF Mountain Running Champion 2024.
Yes.
Hour 18 minutes. That is 2 minutes faster than we predicted.
Right. And we were predicting a fast race.
Yeah, and he demonstrated that.
He just recently got sponsored by Nike. Hopefully we can get a bit of an interview with him.
That would be very nice.
Pretty soon here. We got a camera guy over there.
And we'll see if Ryland owns the downhill FKT after today on the Cirques course. Only time will tell. Slim, please upload your Strava. And then here he comes. We have our second place finisher. We have a pirate booty.
We have a pirate booty. Did you catch that number?
I did not, unfortunately. But he closed a gap.
Oh my gosh, he almost caught him.
Again, under the 120 time.
Absolutely.
So
amazing.
I would assume then the women are going to be super fast. And see, we have someone that let us know that the cutting the switchbacks at the bird is at Snowbird, everyone, is lethal. The locals' knowledge, I'm assuming. Yeah, and then we have two final races of the Valzier World Mountain Cup that will occur later this year. And now we are waiting for third. The
Yes,
anticipation.
And we are thinking that is between Mason, Seth. Who else was in that pack right there?
We had Cole that was also coming down, and David Kennedy.
That's
So
right, yes.
that is what we're hoping to see. I think it's going to be kind of a fight to the line here of who we have that'll be making it through. And we have
a battle here.
yeah, we do. We have two
guys
runners.
running together.
Oh, with a third coming strong.
Yes.
So it is, the race is on like we predicted. It's full throttle till the end. No one is just jogging it in here. It's fighting. Okay, we have some more athletes coming down. If you want to get the number here. A West Jersey. Looks like we have
278. Oh, and there is Mason Coffey as well. There is fourth place coming through.
I don't see. Yeah, we have a old Foot Locker jersey right there. Open. Here we go. They're just cranking it in.
Yes. And one of the amazing things about this race is we have an entire list of men that could possibly win this race. It was so fun because you just have these random ballers that seemingly come out of nowhere. And it is just fun seeing this is the start of their career. You got guys coming in. Chef Demore is coming in right now.
We have Hot Call, who came in
Call.
second. So not even...
Oh, Hot Call just performed super well.
Oh, there we go.
Seth
Demore crossing the finish line.
Yes.
Giving a good effort.
Hiding the pain. Does he have a camera on?
I hope he videoed that.
Yeah.
I hope he videoed that.
Send us some videos. Jeff.
Oh, and here we have David Kennedy crossing the line in the party shirt.
Yes.
Putting it together. Fighting hard for that finish. I feel like he should fully unbutton now. You know, you start very conservative.
That's for the party later, like after spending some time in Thunder Village, that's when the buttons come undone.
Oh, okay. Let loose. Okay, we have. It looks like Cole Campbell is coming through here. Looking warm. All these guys. It's a hot one now. It's about 80 degrees down here in the village, so they are feeling it.
Yes, on that exposed ridge, that there is plenty of heat up there.
And we've gotten the top guys through the line so close to one another. If we think about mid 118 for Christian Allen, and then here comes Cam Smith, the man in pink, on his revenge tour.
The tour is going well for such a deep race after 5 races so quickly in succession. What an effort today.
And I have a feeling he's feeling it on the legs.
Yes.
We're hoping for some footage of the ladies being able to see what's going on in their race. But right now, just doing predictions as the men are coming through. But if I was betting, I'd say the women will be here in another, less than 10 minutes, considering how fast the men went. We will be hoping to see the women be under what we predicted for time-wise as well. So, we thought women maybe 135-ish, and with the men being 2 minutes under our prediction, I would hope to see the women do the same thing, blow it out of the water.
I imagine nothing less with the quality of the field here.
Yeah, so you were talking about Cole Hawk before we had to cut away. Hawk Call, sorry.
So Hawk Call just had a baller race at Broken Arrow as well. I can't remember exactly what place he was in, but he...
Did he do the 23K then?
The 23K.
Okay, nice.
And I believe his dad is a famous OCR racer.
Really?
Yes, so that's where he got his start here.
Okay, so following in some extreme sport footsteps here.
Helicopter takes him fell off during the race, and so our drones are down. So just like drones right now, they're pulling some out.
Okay, and just a warning for you guys. All of our drones are down right now. We have a helicopter coming in. Had a pretty bad fall on the back part of the course, sounds like.
Yep, so they're trying to get that person off the course and make sure everyone is safe, and so our drones are down.
Yes, so right now we are working with static film.
So just enjoy the sound of our voices and watching these people fly down the mountain here, which, as you can tell, people are moving.
Yeah.
Look at that outfit. That is wonderful. Talk about being able to see that. You would have seen him all the way up that climb. He could have been a nice flag.
Yes.
Coming in, another great finish.
In the Dina Fit outfit.
Yeah, so we're really hoping now. We're looking for athletes like Matt Daniel, Andy Wacker, Taylor Stack, seeing where they are, and having them come across the finish line. The race got so opened up here, and this downhill is unrelenting after a very unrelenting uphill.
Yes, I think these athletes are going to be feeling this downhill for a week to come. Like, nobody's going to be walking this next week. If you run this downhill properly, your legs will be absolutely trash.
Yeah, and these people are warming up the course. We have Speed Go, 50K, 28K, 21K, and 11K next weekend.
Oh, they've had some races.
Yeah, it's because trail running is a growing sport.
It is indeed, and I think it can definitely be one of the big sports in the U.S. I think Cirque Series is doing a great job of trying to do that.
Yeah, doing a nice entry level, and just not catering also to just elites. Like, I think that's the thing, is people can think, oh, this is only for people that know what they're doing. And instead, I think it's a great learning opportunity place to be able to be like, oh, I'm going to just try this out.
Yeah. No, even looking, so today is actually a little bit of an exception. The pro division is 83, but usually that's maybe 30 or 40, and then the rest of the 500 are between the sport division, which is the beginner and intermediate, and the expert division. So this is a race for everyone, race series for everyone.
Yeah, and that really shows with those numbers is the different percentages, and that's great. Like, having that many people that aren't pros doing it, like,
Yes.
It makes it such a fun atmosphere. And being able to intermingle all together, because you learn something from everyone, right? Like, everyone can learn something from each other, whether you're at the front of the field or the back. But
Yes.
see, we can tell this downhill hurts. Like, it's steep, and your legs are done.
Yes, these guys are dropping off the trail part of it and hopping onto that service road where the legs are just going to start opening up.
You feel like you're running through quicksand here. Like, I remember doing this course a few years ago, and
It's a mean course.
Oh.
I'll go back to that.
we have another finisher crossing the line. 198.
Najim Muhammad.
Yeah. From Lander, Wyoming, 37. That was awesome.
Awesome.
Just
Nice.
flying down
It's
that
like a
downhill.
stacked field to be coming into. Oh, we have.
Oh, sorry. From Flagstaff. We have Simon Zink here. Pro Nordic skier, actually. Trains up in Bozeman, Montana. Yeah, it looks like we finally have our first sighting.
Our first sighting of Grayson Murphy. You don't get to watch her long because she is that fast, but she is coming down the backside of the course right now.
And absolutely hauling.
It's what she does.
It is. She
So
like you
now-
said earlier,
now we are looking for-
poetry in motion.
Yes, we are looking for our second female, seeing if there's anybody within in distance that they can do anything. If they can try to snag that win from Grayson.
Yeah.
Currently,
Looking at
it's
this
looking,
point,
pretty
I think
open.
she's opened up such a big gap, and I'm hoping
There
that
is a
she's.
reason she is a two-time world champion.
Well, I hope she's just reveling in the moment here, being home, being at home course, like getting to show the pride of Utah, and she is their pride. Yeah. Sure.
Sure.
Cool.
Cool. All right.
We'll
Yeah,
ramble.
Well, we
I
are
think-
going to they're going to try to wrangle up some athletes for us, and we are going to try to do some interviews.
Yeah. But first, we have to welcome home Grayson Murphy
Yes.
across this finish line.
First things first,
She'll just be.
Queen of trail running
Yep.
will be coming flying through. If you don't watch closely, you'll miss her.
Yeah, and Zach Erickson got third. Another BYU runner. Like,
BYU knows how to make runners.
yeah,
They've
they're
got it figured out.
they have it. We have another athlete coming across the line, 230. just moving.
Yes.
Looks like that is Scott Klingsmith from Provo. Another Provo.
You have the U.S. Mountain Running Champs in Utah. Utah shows up.
They have come out.
That's a scary thing when Utah shows up.
Whew.
We always talk about the hot spots of the U.S. that have like the best mountain or trail runners, and Salt Lake is always slept on.
Yeah. You know, we talk about
here is unreal.
We talk about Boulder. We talk about Flagstaff.
Yeah. Salt Lake City, or just the greater Utah area.
Yeah. You see this? We have another runner. 2, 6. That's Coulter Blanchard coming in.
Yeah, Coulter.
Another Utah resident.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hot call, Pirate Booty.
Yeah.
Pirate Booty can run down a hill.
He was searching for that treasure. Yes, we know this is live. Another athlete coming through. Crinkled number, so couldn't really tell what that said. I really need to work on my eyesight.
Yeah, can we talk about BYU and what kind of it's wild.
I'm hoping that the cheers are going to start getting louder, as we should be seeing Grayson Murphy coming through the finishing chute anytime now.
But there is Rachel Knifek.
Yeah, a
coming
strong showing after the vertical.
Oh, that is quite the double. Second place in both.
She
It's
should be
hard to
very.
second, but it's not a bad person to be second to.
It is not. That's a very exciting place to be, and just shows like how her season is going right now.
And she has that track speed. You see it in that legs.
Yeah.
They just open up on that flatter bit right there.
But
Oh,
someone, I think that's maybe, is that Jamie, possibly Brutus? There are just women coming in like great. We have a race, ladies and gentlemen. We have another male coming across the line, number 84. That's Nathan Stringham. Another Salt Lake.
Yep. They know how to run these hills.
They do.
What they do.
Know how to.
Small mountain folk are not used to it.
No, these are the real mountains
These are big
here.
mountains.
We have another woman. I think that might be. Is that MK? That is MK Sullivan coming down the hill there.
She is not far off that path.
No, she's not. She's probably ready, very much ready for home. Still feeling the 100K in her legs, she was saying, but last week she competed in a road mile for 4th of July, got a PR, and that's after getting a PR from college. So that's
We've got another runner coming across the finish line.
I think
In
that
a
might have
Windswept
been
jersey.
Joshua Ernst, possibly. It was hard to see the number. But now we just wait for the impending women's race
Yes, we are
that
going
we've
to have
kept you on the edge of your seats.
Grayson Murphy is a long ways out in front, but that 4, 5, or 2, 3, 4 is all right next to each other, racing for that podium.
Oh, and just kind of nerve-wracking if you think about
There's
it.
One unlucky person in that group.
Got some more men coming through the finish. We see some women still making their descent in. And and here she comes, Grayson Murphy, crossing the finish in a fantastic time.
Barely looking tired.
Yeah, and there you have it, our women's U.S. mountain running champ.
Absolute monster. Oh.
Oh, she
okay.
was
It did
working
hurt.
it.
This
I'm
is
glad to
something you
see.
don't see too often. It actually hurt.
It's nice to see that there's more than mere mortals are hurting. And I believe this is Cole Besser from Boulder, Colorado.
Awesome shades.
Nice glasses, man. But Grayson really putting it all out there. You can see that at the finish. She was hurting. Bent over. And that just shows how hard this course was and how fast she was going. We have some more men here showing the turns.
Another view
The turn from home. But you can see how fast that terrain is.
Yes,
that really
think,
gives you.
This little corner right there, that's going to make or break where 2, 3, and 4 end up. If they are sprinting through the line right there, your position at that corner is everything.
Yeah, and we have men just sprinting hard for the line. And, you know, we said our first woman would be in around 135, and she was right there. Just moving on that course. I'm excited to see. Hopefully we'll get to interview some top men and women. Get to hear their stories out there. See how they felt on the day. But the women's race for second is going to be so exciting. You just had a real battle looking down that downhill and seeing how close they were. So you have some more athletes coming down that steep hill. So you can tell doing the goat steps, it's steep, it's rocky.
Yeah, you might not have noticed with how fast those first athletes ran over that, but that is a steep trail to run down.
Yeah, it is. It's not, it might look easy, folks, but it's not. Some more athletes coming through. We kind of have a hidden number there. You can tell it's hot. Like, people there, you got some serious salt rings going on. Some drenched shirts. We have another woman coming here. I believe that might be Andy Cornish that's coming down the mountain here. And you can tell legs are tired. Like, it's by this point, you are ready to find that finish line. Looking behind her, making sure if she has some room there, if she can relax. But see, there's women coming. I would have to say, this has been an exciting women's race just from knowing the finish. And we apologize for not being able to see what was happening earlier on. But, you know, that's how these things go sometimes.
And I do hope that the person being airlifted out is
okay.
Hope they're doing well, that they're not too injured.
Yeah, because that's scary.
Yes, it is a dangerous sport. You need to be on your game and keep track of where your feet are going.
And when, you know, you're going lactate on a climb, it's not always the easiest thing. We have some more bells and excitement, and here we have Rachel, our second place women's runner, looking so strong.
Turned the screws and made it.
Yeah.
Got that behind her now.
She really turned on the burners there.
And then you have Dan Button right behind her.
Yep.
Another YouTuber.
And then we have third place female.
What, did you catch that number?
I did not. It was hidden, unfortunately.
It's on the wrong side.
Oh, I can't see it. If anyone knows.
Let us know.
Our fourth place woman. They're just coming in one after the other. I think that said 157. So Alexa Aragon we have coming through the finish. So Salt Lake, 32. Awesome to see. But
Just don't know who that third place was.
No, she was third place.
Third
Alexa
place
Aragon was
okay.
third place, I believe. Oh, no, fourth or
fourth
fifth.
place.
Okay, fourth. Yep, you were right. But think how close that women's race was.
So good.
That was a sprint finish right there. So impressive. And it just shows you the level of competition, how those women were bringing each other up. You know, Grayson Murphy goes out, and she brought that field along to a fast race.
Yes. So hopefully we're
We're seeing
we got
some more women coming down that final downhill.
a little steep pitch down.
Oh, where you just,
Camera
you
does not do
hear,
that justice on how steep that is. That is almost a vertical wall.
no, but you hear the crowd and you want to be there. You know it. There comes MK Sullivan through the finish, showing
We're
that,
talking about range here, people.
yep,
Not only did she get second at Canyon's 100K,
tip
just
top
got a
10,
PR at, what's that?
and then gets a top 10 here.
Gets a top 10 here. Got a PR in the road mile last week.
Yeah,
Yes.
4th of July
So
celebration.
amazing.
Also competed in the beer mile
Yes.
during Western
She
States
competed
Week.
in the beer mile Western States Week in sandals.
Yes, in sandals with no warm up.
Didn't she win?
She might have won. And here we have some more women coming through. There's Giselle. Slot Boom coming strong. That just goes to show you where she ended up, just how fast these women were running.
No, this is amazing. Grayson definitely had a gap, but now they are coming through.
Women are
one after
flying
the
in.
other. That is a depth of field that U.S. mountain running has never had.
No, that close.
That is a new thing for us.
Yeah.
And it is so amazing to see.
Well, just looking at the start list of elite women mixed with the open, the sport division as well, and just how everyone can mix it up at the start. Yeah, MK slammed it. But yes, Megan, keep watching the women's race. We'll be here for it. Get some intel on how they felt.
Yes, I'm not sure if everybody's pretty tired after the race, so I'm not sure who's coming over, if they're coming over.
Well, and I'm pretty sure we are going to get drug testing. USADA is here
That is correct,
for
yeah,
athletes. So, that's going to take a little bit. They're going to have some liquid and hydration and do the pee dance to
Yes. So, I mean, that shows that it's growing.
Oh, so here we have the helicopter airlifting, and this again why our drones were down. Again, just good vibes, prayers to this athlete, and hopefully they will be okay and we can get some answers if they are okay. Very scary thing. And it's just mountains are dangerous. We have to respect them. Yeah. I think that's something for everyone to remember, is just being respectful. Not saying this person wasn't respectful in the mountains. I'm just saying, I think as athletes, we go and we get to play in beautiful areas, but it's just respecting.
Yes, the idea
that,
of conquering mountains is you're not conquering a mountain, you got away with it.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing more athletes just coming down this hill, flying. Did Courtney get the CR?
I think that's at a different race.
Yep.
I think that's at Hard Rock.
I wish I knew, but I'm fully committed to this short course.
Do we have MK coming over here?
I think we have MK Sullivan.
Do you want to interview MK?
Yeah, do you want to
Alright.
give her your
Yeah, I
headset?
do.
I think
Come
we're
on here and talk to us.
gonna
Come over here and talk to us.
interview you. It's gonna be,
Here, come sit down.
yeah, come, you're fine.
Well, I think it's just water.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And here on the screen, you see our first, second, and third, our podium. Happy women, hard day. But more importantly, we have, I don't think so. We haven't heard it all day. We have MK Sullivan in studio.
In spirit,
Can we have your first reaction to how that race felt?
Those women have a very different definition of what let go and let God means than I do.
Maybe you're smarter in your older age and you know the consequences and you realize how much it costs to go to the emergency room.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do, yes.
Yeah.
No, it was like my climbing today was like 10 out of 10, and my downhill was a walkable.
Hey, but that feels better from Broken Arrow where the climbing felt awful.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
finally recovering from.
I don't think it was a bad downhill for me. It
No.
was just comparatively, I was like, oh my god, I was really like walking down onto Baldy. So
It's technical there though.
it was scary.
Yeah, like
When I got there, some guy was like, we've already had somebody fall off the side. Please be careful. And I was like, cool, cool, cool.
you're like I'll walk.
I'll walk.
I'm fine. Were you feeling that mile PR in the legs at all?
No.
Good.
I mean, I felt it in my heart. Like, I'm so fast.
You're like I can compete in this race again because I'm quick.
Yeah, and I did compete all the way to the top. I think I came in the top in third, like maybe
Okay.
60 seconds back of Grayson, 30 seconds back of Sydney, and then
Okay.
I was like, it's okay, like, can't make up that much time on downhill, and then I was like, nope, you're walking. It's
Nope,
fine.
you're walking. Well, we were saying that you and Matt Daniels by far had the biggest range in the field. So, and you the biggest range in a year in the field from 100K to 8.7 miles.
I know, and I figured this was going to be just like a really good team at 50cc, you know?
Yeah. And you get you keep your sub-hub title.
I know, yeah, I ran a mile this year.
Yeah.
I ran a race that was less than 10 miles. I'm still in shape, though.
Yeah, you got it. You got to keep the status going.
You guys can't kick me off the pod yet.
Not yet. I don't know. We've heard that Danny might want to do Western, so she has to keep doing sub ultra. She's lost it. You know, you could have taken that golden ticket.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. What was your favorite part about the course?
I really loved that climb up to the ridge.
Oh, up.
The ridge climb
Yeah, up
the
to Hidden Peak.
Yeah, yeah. It's like you're close to blacking out, but you're like, well,
It's really pretty. Now we were seeing that on the live stream, and we said that was a perfect place to be able to gauge like how far people were ahead of you, because you can just look up and see everybody the whole time. We were talking a bit about the temperature. You look pretty sweaty.
Yeah, and
How
I stuffed it with ice. As soon as I crossed the finish line, I stuffed as much ice in there.
Yeah.
As I could.
So it was hot.
It was hot out there.
It's hot.
And I'm just glad that the aid stations were where they were. Because every time my mouth got to the point where I was like, oh my god, I can't breathe anymore. There was water.
There was one. Just dumping it.
Yeah. But this is what, like, the atmosphere out there, there were people all over the course with speakers, like,
Oh yeah, vibes. But I think that's what Cirque Series brings, right? It like brings the vibes.
yeah, I've got to come back to another one of these. This is so much fun.
You do. Like we've been to this one, we've been to the A Basin race, and it's always a good time.
Yeah.
And then you have the rest of your afternoon to hang out, to have fun.
Have a beer.
Well, thank you. I think we're gonna grab on a women's podium.
Yeah.
So, way to make
You
it to
guys
the
crushed
top.
it out there, Vic.
Yeah. Well, you crushed it. We just got to sit. So,
Just a little bit sweaty.
okay. I think we're gonna get our.
Your turn.
Your turn.
We're not even gonna give you a minute. You just gotta.
I'm like, if I ever felt that good after a race, it would be...
So we're gonna get Laurel on. She was third this year. You can put it on. No, you're good. You're not gonna hear yourself. So yeah, you can put it on. You're just not gonna hear yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry. How was your race?
So much better than last weekend. A lot stronger going into it.
Okay.
So that gave me more confidence.
Were you happy that it had downhill this week?
Yes, that's my strength.
Awesome.
I had no idea what place I was in.
Oh, that is so. On the climb, could you see where you were at all, or was it just head down, hurting?
So I saw a few women ahead of me, but I thought there was more ahead. So I just tried to keep passing one by one.
Okay. And you just felt, how was the descent, the technical descent? Is that like your forte, or are you more of like a road descent gal?
No, that's more okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that's where my strongest part of my runs are.
Okay.
So yeah.
So that's where you were making up time, catching people.
Passing some more women. I was like, let's go. I feel good.
Well, you were on the podium of a U.S. Mountain Running Champ. How does that feel?
It's so real. I wasn't expecting it.
Awesome.
It was great.
Yeah, you should celebrate. Like, that was a stats field. You have a world mountain running champion twice. You have Rachel, who's made a billion teams, like coming in strong.
They're so talented.
When will we get to see you more this year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you have on the calendar?
So I'm running another Cirque Series race.
Awesome.
at Alaska,
Okay.
and I'm also running Mammoth.
Great.
Headlands.
Okay. So we get to see you at some Golden Trail. That's fun too. Get to mix it up there.
Yeah.
And what's kind of your background?
Yeah, so my background, I started running when I was in 6th grade.
Okay.
I think cross country because my mom forced me. I'm glad she did. So then I was running throughout high school and college.
Okay. Nice.
So much trail running after.
This. Me. A little closer. Awesome. Sorry, we're getting the microphones closer so our people can hear us. We're just having a good time. What was your favorite part about the course? Okay. Did you stop and put it in some sports bra? Nice. It looks like a really hot one out there. Yeah. Yeah, just like get a full break from the sun. Have you ever ran here before? Okay. Nice. And where are you training out of? Wow, okay. So altitude, like you come here, crush at altitude, that should be like a huge confidence boost. Like Grayson, obviously Park City, she's used to the altitude. Got MK that gets to go play in the Sierra Nevadas, but your trails in Pennsylvania are pretty rough. Yeah. But steep, so shows your technical ability. But yeah, do you think we'll see you at some more US Mountain Running Champs in the next coming years? Yay, okay. We're so excited to have new names, new faces. Yeah, and just getting people into the sport. It's super exciting. So you'll go up to Alaska then after this? Okay. And what do you do when you're not running?
I sleep a lot. I do a lot of content creating.
Okay, nice.
Running too.
Okay. So you're in full swing with it. We love it. And you said you ran when you were in college. Did you run for a university? Okay, nice. What was your favorite distance then? Okay. Nice. So what got you into trail then? Okay. Nice. Okay. Yes, we know Ben. Yes, another great athlete. Okay. Well, he had a good inclination. That's awesome. Well, we won't take too much of your time. You're probably very thirsty and want to cool up. Yeah. But thanks for sitting down and chatting. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Have a good one. And congrats again. Great race. I need you. We're going to welcome Eli back into our studio and say goodbye to MK. Thank you. Say goodbye to Laurel. Lauren. Oh, my mouth is dry. It is warm, ladies and gentlemen. It is warm. But it was nice to have MK in studio. Did you get some intel from MK?
Not really. I got that they're staying and she's racing next weekend.
Oh, so she's really going for some.
She's going for the back-to-back. She's doing the Cam Smith and doing all the races.
She's going on revenge tour as well from, do we call it celebration tour?
I think it's kind of celebration tour.
Because you get second at Canyons, so it can't be much of a revenge, right? It has to be more of a, I want to see what I... That would be nice. But it was good to have some women here, considering we didn't get to see much of their race. So it was nice to have their first impressions of what was going on.
of it being a very, very hard day.
Yeah. It looked very hot, and I was told by MK that yes, she was putting ice in her sports bra at the finish. Just felt so hot. Yeah, people were stopping in the snow, holding it in their hands. See, cooling technique. We called it.
Didn't think you would need a cooling technique in the mountains, did you?
No, not at all. And third place from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So impressive. She doesn't even train at altitude. Like, she just has the heat and humidity.
Yeah, that's gotta feel so bad.
Right? But look, like, but I think, we say heat and humidity, poor man's altitude training. And I think she demonstrated that.
I think you get similar adaptations.
Right? Maybe. But still, that is quite the impressive.
Are descent cues like that normal for these races? This is kind of a special spot right here. This is where we have athletes have an issue that is getting helicoptered out. So I think there's a bit of a holdup because of that. So that's why there's the queue, and everybody's being very, very cautious right now because that was a pretty dangerous spot. But I think we have.
We're gonna have a soda.
All right, we have Saya coming in. All right. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm alive.
Hey, it seems like a hot day out there.
Very hot. It was good. I mean, this is a massive learning curve for me. I mean, this is my third trail race ever, so like being out here with some really talented people, it's really humbling. But I mean, this stuff is awesome.
Yeah, no, it is such a cool thing. For the people that don't know you, Sadia, right?
Sadio, yep.
Sadio, you were a track and cross country runner.
Yep.
Steepler.
Yep.
Yeah.
University of Nebraska.
University of Nebraska.
Go Corn Huskers.
He is. We talked a little bit about Andy Rocker's trail team, and he is one of those athletes. So,
Yes, sir.
Yes. How was all the climbing today? How's the ridge?
Oh, it's breathtaking when you're up there, both figuratively and literally.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's a massive learning curve. I mean, there's no way to really prepare for any of that stuff, but I mean, you just punch it and grind.
Yeah, because where are you living right now?
Out of a suitcase. So, I'm from Colorado Springs originally, went to school in Nebraska for the last 6 years. I'm starting a PhD at Florida State in the fall, so kind of back and forth. Basically, the way that my schedule works right now is I'm in Colorado Springs for about 3 days a week, and then the last 4 days are somewhere with Andy, just getting in the trail work.
Okay. Well, you got a good teacher.
Yeah.
How'd you find that downhill? Because going down Baldy is pretty technical.
Oh, it's no joke.
Coming from a track background, I'm sure you are not quite used to that.
No.
How'd you find it?
It was really funny. I mean, I told myself, hey, just fight the uphill, and then you get to the downhill, you'll get to breathe. I got to the downhill, and I'm like, oh my God, this is really, really hard. But I mean, like I said, it was keep one foot in front of the other and pray you don't fall.
No, I believe that. What else do you have on the schedule this year?
So let's see. I've got a training camp with Andy and the rest of the trail team in Switzerland, and then before that, I'll be in Cremona for Gear de Mont, doing a 32K, and then the following week, I'll go to Milan and do Fleta, so that'll be a vertical K followed by a 22K race. So,
You are all over the place.
yeah, not being kind to my body, but I'm out here for it. I mean, like I said, very, very thankful for Andy and the trail team for what they do. I mean, great experience, really great people.
And, honestly, I think that's the best way to learn, is putting yourself out there in
Yeah.
places like this, racing those top guys, because you obviously have the engine, you have the leg speed for it,
Yeah.
and that's skill.
Coming from you, that means a lot.
I appreciate that. You definitely have what it takes. I'm stoked to see some younger guys coming out, just like out of track, and be like, all right, let's go do something fun. And
Yeah.
you're sticking with track a little bit too as well, right?
Yeah, so I think I want to be a bit of a hybrid. I think there's a lot of overlap between like just being strong in trail because it'll translate to being strong on the track. So my plan is like just kind of keep putting my toes in the water for this, just keep working at it, and then eventually, probably come early spring, do some track races, and then come back and do trail again, kind of how I'm doing it now, and just, like I said, hopefully just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, very cool. And I think that'll probably work with going to Florida.
Yeah.
You want to stay doing the track and the fast stuff in the heat, and then maybe when you have a little bit of off time in the summer,
Exactly.
come back to the mountains and practice the trails.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, from what I'm told, Tallahassee has a lot of great trails out there, so that'll be good. And then, Florida State's got a great track program, so hopefully I can sneak my way in and kind of work with their team either as assistant coach or just as a volunteer. So that'll be good. Yeah, super excited for what's next.
That's super sad. No, you did awesome race today.
Thank you.
We're excited to see you in the future.
Thank you so much.
And I think you're with the right person with Andy.
Big time.
He's getting you in where you need to be, and it's racing those top guys.
Yeah.
How to do those skills. Andy's the guy for that.
Exactly. As the saying goes, a rising tide raises all ships, and he's the tide.
Yes.
Like I said, I don't think I've ever met somebody who's in Andy's position that cares so much about making sure that everybody around him gets lifted up, and I really appreciate stuff like that. It's very refreshing. And the whole trail community is like that, and that's just it's so helpful. This stuff is definitely not easy, so having that kind of community to support you makes this so much easier.
This is the deepest end you could jump in.
Yeah.
This is Taylor and I were talking quite a bit about there is trail running and then there's mountain running.
Yeah.
It's almost a different sport.
Oh, big time.
It's still running, but only in the broadest sense.
Yeah. It's like you're moving.
Yes.
Yeah, this is not at all like what I imagined when he reached out and said yeah, you'll be doing some trail races. I'm like, yeah, I've ran trails before. That's not that bad. And then I get out here, I'm like, I don't know what kind of trails you've been running, but this is not trail running. This is real mountain running. Yeah, just trying to, like I said, the power hike, just keep moving, not fall. Yeah, that first downhill right off of Baldy was no joke. You look down and it's loose gravel, sand. I'm like, wow, this was not at all what I was expecting.
Yes. So the race director, Julian Carr,
Yeah.
was a professional skier.
Okay.
And they have a different relationship with fear than the rest of us.
That's
He was I was like, it's not that bad. It's a little loose.
Yeah. No, that's massive understatement. Anybody that says and I was definitely right there. I was like, downhill, that's what I want. And then you get there and I'm like, oh, the downhill's actually yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. You see those big rocks, loose gravel, and you're flying down and it's just okay, just what Andy tells me, just open up and, send it. Just pray for the best, and if you fall, get right back up and keep punching. So thank God I didn't fall today. It was just keep your eye on the rocks in front of you and just keep pushing.
Yeah, absolutely. How do people follow you?
Instagram's probably what I'm most active on. the._.kidd14. Yeah. I think I just picked that username because I tend to be the younger end of things. I was 17 when I got to college, if that says anything. So always kind of been the youngest in a lot of the stuff that I do. So I feel that was a fitting little Instagram thing. But yeah, open to talking to people about my experience and everything else. So hit me up on Instagram.
You're on the right journey, and it's gonna be fun to watch. I'm definitely watching.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're all rooting for you.
I appreciate that so much.
Well, awesome race today.
Thank you so much.
Recover the legs. Got you out downhill. Don't go sit in the water because it's a watershed, but
Oh, yeah.
use the legs.
Big time. Big time.
Yes. And have a good day.
Well, good deal. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, of course.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to try not to die or pass out.
Sadio with the kid.
How was he happy with his race?
What's that?
Was he happy with his race?
Yeah. So he's coming from that track and cross country background. He's got that leg speed. But it was pretty eye opening on the downhill.
Yeah.
I think we all go through that at one point in time coming from other sports.
There's that entry barrier of I got this to I don't think I got this.
Right. Yeah. No, I think we're gonna try to have the winner on here in a little bit if we can get him. I'm pretty sure he's in drug testing right now.
Yep.
So we're waiting for him to get out of there.
but I think that's what
I
you're
think it's
hearing.
also rare for a road runner, a track runner to come over and have the skill that he has. So I think it'd be really interesting to talk about like his background a little bit and how he got so good at that.
Yeah, and I'll be really excited to follow his career. Like, I think that'll be a really cool thing to see once he gets the hang of a little bit more technical downhill.
Yeah.
Because it's a skill.
That's how a lot of these young athletes are. I mean, Sade was just out of school, out of college, and now he's going for his PhD, but it's time that he's learning some trails. Andy Wacker's teaching him.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Goes back to the
Godfather trail. I kind of want to call him Max King now.
well, he can be the godfather, and Max King can be the grandfather.
Grandfather. I love it, yeah.
I hope Max is listening, by the way.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't think he is. He probably, is on the top of some mountain doing something today or putting on a pole running clinic, knowing Max. But he can be the grandfather, and Andy Wacker can be the godfather.
I love it, yes.
Yeah.
We still have athletes coming through.
Funny enough, I saw
So,
Aiden Hawks walking around. I believe his wife, Ashley, is racing today.
yes.
So,
We'll have to search the results a little bit, try to find how she finished up.
but pretty cool,
I think she probably already finished. She's a phenomenal runner.
Yeah, it's really cool to see them both being able to do it, and like her doing the shorter stuff, him doing the longer stuff, and they come together to support each other. And I know she's also done some longer races as well, so she gets to play in that the fun zone, we can call this.
Is he her coach? You know?
Oh, I do not
'Cause he
know.
does a lot of coaching.
He does, maybe. It would kind of be like us, a little husband-wife duo coaching. Rein each other in, yet also maybe, let some fun happen and put training to the wayside at times. We get each other into trouble. But yeah, I think we're going to try and get maybe some more local athletes on to talk about their experiences and kind of talk through the field, not just the pros.
Yeah, but
Being
I think
able-
I mean, this is a team sport.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is.
not just an individual sport. Like, we are here for the community, and the community is what makes trail running trail running.
Yeah, well, you can't see from the finish line because they are just showing the runners coming in.
Yes, if the camera was faced the other way, you'd see the massive crowd behind. like,
But the
cheering on.
hugging, the camaraderie at the finish of like, you did it, I did it, we did it. And just like the people who are out here, like there's signs, like we have a small child with "hurry up, my arms are hurting" from holding a sign above his head. So it's great to have people with their families out, with their friends. And it's like MK said, it's very watcher friendly. There were so many people out on course, she said, because you can hit these areas. You don't have to do the whole,
The direct way up, yeah.
yeah. Or the tram, people can take the tram up, be at the top, see people and be like, wow, you look awful. But-
Yes, here is a great view of Baldy right here.
Yeah. And again, look at that shot. How fast these people are still going after. We're 2 hours and 10 minutes in. Like, that's a long time on feet. I don't care who you are. Like, it's a long time to be running hard, and they're still moving.
This type of landscape really spreads out the field, so you will continue to have runners coming in
Yeah.
for quite a while now.
And it looks
They're
like
still moving well.
we do not. Sorry, we don't.
Wait,
Yeah, sorry. People think that we know what we're doing and asking us for directions. Unfortunately, we are the Hemmings. We do not know what we're doing. Do not ask directions. We can probably tell you where the trails are, and that's maybe the extent of our knowledge. Look, we are hands on knees. It's a hard day. It's a hard day. Though I see the AirPod in, and honestly, it would not be a bad idea to jam to some tunes up the ridge climb. Like, be able to just tune out you're breathing. But see, you can see there a great shot of seeing all the people at the finish line, people lining the course to cheer in people. It's just awesome. Coming together, being invested.
Yeah, I do think that the vibes of Cirque Series races are second to none. It is such a group environment. It is just what you want in a trail race, and it's such an approachable thing that you're not just there. Yes, you are there to do some amazing feats of athleticism.
Yes.
But you have to do it with people, and you're doing it with like-minded people, running down these absurd hills, trying to stay upright, and it is just absolutely wonderful.
And talking to MK when she was off air, just like at points, just laughing, just it's comical what we're going out and doing, and being like, what is this?
Hey, we're going to get up early in the morning. We're going to go climb to the top of a couple mountains. We are going to run as fast as we can down them. And then afterwards, we are going to hang out and be friends.
Have some beer? Which, after a hot race like that, a cold beer, cold fizzy, crack that open.
See the Red Bull guys walking around with the backpacks.
Oh, that is not a bad thing. Get a little pick-me-up after that. But yeah, shout out to the Runner's Corner in Orem that Amber let us know about, that had Slim, Hot Call, Scott, Summer Allen, Jackie Hendrickson. That is an impressive training group.
Seriously.
The depth there and them showing up is awesome.
Yeah. Now it's back to like the hot spots. Like people always look over that Salt Lake and just all of Utah really is such a trail running mecca that, and a lot of times these athletes aren't traveling, so like it's amazing to have a race here in their backyard, and you see the depth that's here.
Yeah.
And as well.
But also just coming out together, like that's great, and having people to run with is really great. Like I think that's what the trail is. I'll let you. I'll stick with the women. You stick with the men. You can bro out together. It'll be a good time. But yeah, I think we'll have a runner that we'll get to talk to, get their story, and see. Go ahead.
Isaiah started 8 minutes late. Pro athlete, crusher. That's a lot of people. Can I put this on? Yeah, put it on.
Sweet.
So, your name's Isaiah, right?
Yeah. Adam.
I just got the cliff notes of your day. Do you want to tell the people what happened?
Yeah, so I'm actually a bit of a rookie. I'm born and raised in Provo, and when I was looking at it, I read snow basin. So as soon as I got off Weber Canyon, I had to call a buddy. I was like, hey, I need you to get my bib. I don't think I'm going to be there on time. So he grabbed my bib for me, and then I just bombed down from snow basin over here. And then I don't even know what my start time was. I was just trying to cruise up, and I think I ran into a couple people almost on the way up, so I owe some people an apology. But I started a little late, and then I don't know, I was just trying to finish.
Yeah, so what Zach was just saying, our producer, he said you started 8 minutes late.
Yeah.
And that had a baller run through the field.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
It was sweet. I'm kind of bummed, you know.
Yeah,
look at Christian.
I'm sorry to hear that.
What a legend.
You said you're a local.
Yeah, I was just born and raised in Provo.
Have you
Yeah.
done much trail racing?
This is my first season just doing all trail. Last year I did a trail race, my first trail race. It's called Crazy Bob's Bear Gutsman. It's like the original trail race in Utah, I guess.
Okay.
And that got me hooked. So
Yeah,
since then I've just been trying to focus on trail. I'm 24.
24.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's been a theme today that we've been talking about athletes coming into trail at a younger age.
Yeah.
Kind of getting into it. We've had a lot of athletes that come in kind of like after they've had running like track and field careers, like they try to go post-collegiately and everything.
Yeah.
But we think that the next generation is starting like at 24 at that young age.
Yeah.
So it's super exciting to see. What made you decide to race today?
I work at Runner's Corner. Shout out Runner's Corner, Provo or Orem.
We just had it right here.
Yeah. And so, and my boss is Christian Allen.
Okay.
So, and then I've been able to, Provo, Utah County right now just has a really good trail running community.
Absolutely.
And so I've just been really blessed and lucky to be able to, be kind of embraced by them. And then Christian was like, yo, you should check out Cirque Series.
Yeah.
And so checked it out. Funny thing, I didn't sign up in time. And so I got put in the race. I didn't intend on signing up for the pro race at all.
Okay.
But I was like, got thrown into the pro race and then just showed up, I guess. I don't know.
Did you talk to Julian to get into the race?
Yeah, Julian got me into the race. So that was awesome.
He looked at you and was like, nah, dude, you're race with pros.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
No, that's
So.
really cool. So, has Christian been helping you out with trail running?
Yeah, it's been super awesome. Just, I'll be able to, I don't go on workout days with him. That'd be a little audacious. But I'll go on runs with him sometimes. Yeah.
Workout days with him. I've watched this drive out.
Oh my goodness. It's insane.
Good personal long time.
Yeah, he's been super awesome, taking me under his wing, just instilling confidence in me, which is, I think, one of the best things you can do. So,
Absolutely.
super lucky for that.
I don't want to poke too much fun, but starting with the field helps in the confidence.
Yeah, it does. It probably does. I know he's going to say something to me, too, because I show up to late every now and then at work, too. So, we'll see what happens.
There'll be some trash talk.
But, yeah, for sure.
Do you come from a background of running, or what?
Yeah, so I grew up running and hiking and everything, and then I tried to walk on to UVU after my freshman year of high school. It didn't really work out, and then went to school, waited around, and then I served an LDS mission for 2 years. When I got back, I went and I ran at Slick. It's just a local community college over here. They're making a lot of noise. And I walked on, and I ran there for just the track season, and then I just decided I wanted to just kind of focus on trail running and just, take things a little, just a different approach to running. So.
I'm completely biased, but it's the best.
Oh my goodness.
So.
You're not biased. I think you're right.
Yeah, and I mean, being here, Cirque Series is such a great place because there's a few races even in just this valley.
Yeah.
So
That's.
it's a great spot to be.
I-
Come race the pros and start with the pros.
Yeah, next time I hopefully start with the pros. But yeah, I noticed I got up to, there's just tons of racing going on right now in Utah too.
Yeah.
I hike up at Snow Basin's the Spartan race or something. And I was like, definitely not the right place. Yeah. Got to get to the Cirque Series. So yeah.
That's super fair. Well, how can people follow you? Like, do you on Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram, just at ZayaSmith11. I don't post a ton of my running. I'll post my stories and stuff, my races and running, so I'll post it. But I just love nature. Like, I don't know. Everyone go outside and just go on a hike and check out outside. It's beautiful out here. So.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that if you're learning from Christian Allen, that you're going to be winning these races pretty soon. So,
Hey, I hope so.
know the name.
Yeah, I hope so. Just kind of keep my head down and keep grinding for now. But I'm super blessed and super lucky to be here. Yeah.
Well, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. What was your name again?
Eli.
Eli. Sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
If you have any questions, we're always here to talk to you as well.
All right. Sweet. Thank you.
I think we are changing to a different interview. Looks like Tabor has found somebody. Really good to talk to you, man. Nice work. All right, we are switching out.
Yeah, so if you just want to put those on, we'll have the. Oh. luckily you're not being videoed. Just make sure this is close to your mouth. Yep. Awesome.
All right.
You want to introduce yourself? Tell the people who you are, who we got.
Yeah, I'm Andy Cornish. I'm from Jackson, Wyoming, and I run for Solomon.
Awesome. And this is your first year as a pro.
Yes, yeah, this is my first year. I was with the trail team last year, and still in college, and then I signed this winter, and so this is my first year.
And how are you liking it? Like, what races have you done so far?
It's been great. It's definitely like a whirlwind, a lot of emotions going into everything, but it's super exciting. I got to go to Broken Arrow in California, and that was super fun. There was
23K and the BK?
yeah, the VK both, which is I did the double, and VKs like they're great, and I think it's something I could be better at, and I'm just still like not that good at them yet. It's just I don't know, it's challenging, and so.
As the first year, I think those are really hard events to just throw yourself into, and especially those fields this year. Like any other year, I think you would have gone, you know, like, yeah, I got the hang of this, I'm pretty good. And this year, you have world champions there, and you're like, wow, I just got smoked. It's like, yeah, but look how long they've been doing this for.
Yeah, and exactly. I think it was definitely like humbling, but in a really good way, because even last year, having a top 10 finish there, it was like that would have been like a top 20 this year. It was double stacked this year, which was super, super cool to see. And then it was also awesome to kind of talk to a lot of people after and realize that like I was, one of the youngest, being 23 by quite a few years, and they were all like, all the older pros, all they had to say was just like, you have so much time to learn and so much growth.
This is so awesome, like you getting into trail early, but like your career right now, we're just getting started. Like it's gonna be so fun that we're gonna get to see you like get so many more races throughout your career and watch you grow. So we were talking earlier on the broadcast about like getting young athletes into trails. And it is really hard because you start and it's the progression of high school track and cross country, that the immediate next step is college track and cross country. So then how did you find trail? Like how did you get into it?
Well, so being from Jackson, Wyoming, it's pretty common for people to be in the mountains there. And I honestly didn't train much trail. I was just kind of on the roads and the flats just for cross country training, but every so often, I would just jump into a local trail race just because it was fun. And then I also had Anna Gibson as a mentor. Great role model. Went to high school. She's a few years older than me. So she was like someone I always looked up to. And honestly, it was kind of during COVID time when I feel like we just had more time to be in the mountains and explore more, a little bit post-COVID. And I just found that I really, really loved that environment. And honestly, I started getting into backcountry skiing, like ski mountaineering.
Okay, so going full European here.
Yeah, right. No, not ski mountain racing yet, but just being in the, yeah, I know. But just being in the mountains, and then I found that I was like, wow, I'm good at running, but I'm even better at going uphill. So this, and I love it. It's more than just running on a golf course. It's, so.
We're talking about you look at that scenery, especially on the ridge today,
Uh-huh.
and you do not get that anywhere else.
Yeah, no.
Yes, it also hurt very much to be running at that, but you get to have that experience of wow, look where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what was you say your favorite part of the course today, and where you really excelled?
I would say coming up Baldy, I feel like not just because it's the top, but you've pushed so hard on that ridge for so long, and you go through all of the emotions. I went through every range of emotion, from this is so hard, I don't want to do this anymore, and what's gonna happen. You go through every range. Yeah, I'm like, what am I doing? And you see people dropping, and you're like, that could be me. Yeah, yeah, right. And but then you kind of crest that, and I feel like that second hill, I always get a little extra burst of just wow, okay, we are out here doing this, and we're pushing, and sometimes you get to pass some of the guys, and you're just yeah, this is awesome, and yeah, you're coming up on the top, and it's just the most beautiful, epic view, and that's awesome. And then also, I gotta say, the tunnel is I don't know, it's just my favorite part of the whole course, probably. Yeah.
That has memorabilia.
It's like a Disneyland ride. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just crazy, but.
I think I'm gonna run and go to
Yeah.
It's pretty sick. So do you have like training partners, a coach? Like, are you solo out in Jackson?
I am solo, but right now I'm with David Roche as a coach. So that's been really fun. Yeah, he's awesome. So I've been working with him and, navigating that. Having, I used to not really be super structured in the summers and kind of doing all of that. And now I'm like, just trying to navigate how to be like recovered for races and not just like do all this crazy adventures. And, but yeah, Jackson, I kind of just been traveling a lot, around just, visiting my boyfriend who lives in Sun Valley because he skis, Nordic. And so I'll go there and I'll train with the Nordic skiers a lot, which is awesome. I love training with Nordic skiers. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that's also another thing. I kind of got into trail running because I just wanted to be with the Nordic skier, like train with them at some points, and yeah, they're really strong. But yeah. I know. Exactly. But yeah, I have like a few people in Jackson that I get to train with. Some of my old cross country coaches and just people who are like various, in the area, but. Yeah, so I tend to be alone sometimes, which is kind of a bummer because I love running with people too. So I'm kind of navigating that right now and figuring out where I want to be and like how I can train. Yeah, come to Jackson. I would literally take anyone. So, or if you're in Jackson at any time, I think people are always nervous because they're like, I can't run with you. You're gonna go too fast. And I'm like, I will literally walk if that's what you want to do. I just want to be with someone right now.
I want to be out in the mountains with friends.
Yeah.
What other races are we going to see this week?
So I'm heading to the Y East race in Mount Hood this next week. National Series, Golden Trail National. Yeah. And then I'm gonna head to Europe and kind of not quite sure what I'm gonna do for the first few weeks there, but I know that I'm doing the Tatra Sky race for sure. So I'll be there for that, and then kind of just training in Norway and traveling around a little bit and doing some training camps in Switzerland. So it'll be fun. It'll be really fun. Yeah.
When you're not running, what are you doing?
Oh man.
Not playing in the mountains.
I know. I feel like so much of my time is spent playing in the mountains, but yeah, I don't know. There's so much to do outside. Obviously, that's not necessarily just having to be out running or skiing, but just it's like cliche, I guess, but just like being with my friends, hanging out, spending time like doing other things. I want my life to be more than just running. I love that I get to like make it my life right now, but also at the same time there's it's just trail running, and I don't want it to be something that defines me my whole life and makes me super stressed because and so I just love I coached Nordic for a little bit this winter and just like doing some odd jobs here and there and kind of like figuring it all out right now. I went to school for environmental studies, so I'd love to go follow a career in that path right now, but
The perfect thing is you're young.
Yeah.
You get to, you have so much time to quote unquote figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell us to figure it out. I'm like, do we ever figure it out?
No, I know. I was like, I feel like I should know by now, but then I'm like, oh, whatever. Honestly, I just feel like I'm learning so much, even at every race, talking to people and just seeing even where people are living and where they're training and what they're doing. It's cool to just see that.
And there's not just one path.
No.
That's kind of cool. You have all these backgrounds coming together, and it's like we have track, we have road, we have road skiing, we have
Yeah.
we have everyone. Well, before we let you go and get hydrated, get recovered for next weekend, because you are a newbie in a way, what's the biggest piece of advice you can give to people who are trying to enter trail running?
I would say just continue your love. Remember that you do it because you love it, and never let it be something where it's like, oh my gosh, I have to do this because this is what I have to do. I feel like because I love it and I love to be in the mountains, I've met so many cool people and I've found a community. I think the biggest piece of advice is just be a part of the community, reach out, meet people. The trail team has been awesome because I've met so many people. This isn't a sport that you have to do alone, and it shouldn't be. The more people you meet, the more people you have on your team, the better that you'll do and the more opportunity you'll have. And I think that's just, it makes you have more fun too. So
speaking about community, and then we'll let you go, where can people find you? What are your Instagram, Twitter,
everything name's Andy Cornish, A-N-D-I-E, and then Cornish, C-O-R-N-I-S-H. So that's like my Strava, Instagram. Pretty, you know, Andy spelled kind of unique. So if you Google search that, you'll find it. But I'm there, and so I'm not like a crazy like TikToker or anything. So I don't have much content, but that's where you can find me. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's sitting down, so I would ask you to please stand up. Can I have your attention, please? I really hope people understand that. They have to, right? Not my I'm glad that the live coverage is awesome. We're trying to keep it entertaining. We're trying to keep it having a good time, getting on people to listen to. And see how their races went, kind of working our way through the field, not just getting the top three, but you know, we're trying to see how everyone's experience was out there.
Yes, I am excited to talk with Christian now, and he's looking a little beat up. He's got some tape on his ankle. I heard his heel was falling off of him.
Some stuff is what you're saying.
I think he earned his national championship today.
He earned the win.
I think he earned the win today. I think he worked pretty hard for that one.
Well, national championship was on the line, so full send.
I mean, did he have to full send? He was already minutes ahead, right?
Maybe he wanted those PRs. It's the small things that bring you happiness.
I do want him to post it on Strava.
Instant gratification. That's what we all
Yeah.
do this for.
There's one thing that I love, and I love stalking runners on Strava. And Slim is one of the people that I stalk on a regular basis.
Well, he put in a really good training block leading up to this. I was
He did.
impressed by his stats.
Yeah, he didn't have like the best broken arrow, and then he just kind of went straight into training and had these pretty big couple weeks right before this. So I'm super stoked at where he's building to.
Yeah, like last week, the week before the race, we had 100 miles with 20,000 feet of elevation. You know,
Oh,
hitting in the night.
here he is.
Now I'm
Hello.
gonna go off and he's gonna come on. Now you get to be
We're supposed to hate each other. We're like Adidas and Nike, though.
The man, the myth, the mullet. Now in here. Dude, what a race. That was killer.
Thank you.
I see that you're rocking some tape around your ankle, and I heard that you had some skin falling off your heel. How was your race today?
Yeah. Oh, man. I could feel it blistering, like, as soon as we come off the backside to go into the tunnel. And so on the way down, I kind of kept looking back to see, like, if Hawk was closing on it. And I was like, okay, I got a good enough lead. I think I can just keep kind of slowing it down because, like, I could just feel it getting worse and worse, like, the farther it went, you know. But it's like one of those things you're like, okay, like, 2.5 miles, like, you know, maybe 13 minutes of it. I'm like, okay, you could survive it. And I just got towards the end. I was like, oh, my gosh. It just feels like it's ripping off. And so I pull off my shoes at the end, and I thought for sure both had ripped because, like, the left one hurts just as bad, but it's not ripped. So that's great. At least only one of them. So. Yeah, right? That's the hill I'm going to be putting all my downhill weight on this next week.
Yeah, if you run uphill most of this week, then you're always on your toes.
I guess I'll come here. I'll just come around Hidden Peak and take the tram down. Do loops on that or something.
They have races like that now.
Yeah.
How did the race shake out? Like, we saw pretty much when we first saw you you were out by yourself, probably 2 minutes ahead. Did you start pushing straight from the gun, or how'd you take the race?
Yeah, these Cirque Series races, I like to just inject some fuel at the start, you know, with the altitude. Pushes hard, just kind of push it out hard, and I like to take the climb. That's kind of like my forte. I feel like I'm a pretty good downhill runner too, if I want to be, but like I definitely feel like the uphill's my strong suit. So I like to take it out hard. If people go with me, I feel like the altitude can get to them. And so I like to kind of play that card and just see if anything happens there. But sometimes it even comes back to bite myself. I'm like, I went out way too hard. Start feeling it. I keep looking back. I'm like, someone's got to catch me any second, you know. So, but yeah, it went well. Pushed it out hard and just hope to like kind of chill on the downhill a little bit. And luckily, I was able to kind of slow it down a little bit with just the hills hurting pretty bad, and I could just feel the hot spots kind of starting. And so, but yeah, it was good. I was hoping the guy over here in like jean shorts was gonna come pop out there and just start ripping in front of me or something, but whatever.
I love watching you Strava. It's kind of hilarious. Like your training is actually so impressive.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Right before you came on, we were just stalking you a little bit, and looks like you put in. I would say you didn't have the race you wanted at Broken Arrow. What did you do to kind of turn it around? Because obviously you're in pretty good shape right now.
Yeah, I think like, I mean, I know you've been there too. You know, you just have those bad races, and sometimes you just can't overthink it. You know, like I know I'm fit. I've done some pushes on stuff where I've beaten my segments from previous years when I was in really good shape. And that week was like a little unique. Like I raced the VK, and then I had a bunch of interviews, and my wife was racing right after me. So I was like kind of watching 3 kids while my wife was racing, and it was just hot. And I think I was on my feet a lot. And then I just probably didn't optimize my recovery, you know. And sometimes you just have those days where you just wake up and you just feel kind of crappy. So I was like, okay, just don't overthink it. Like it was just a bad day. Just kind of chalk it up as that. And so I know I can do these like up down races, and so I was just like, let's just get back to the basics, do some training, trust the process, and yeah, it went good today, so I was happy with it.
Yeah, no, you look like you're on top form. I mean, again, Strava soccer right here. Your training is very impressive. Like it's obvious that you're super fit.
Hey, you too, though, man.
So like, I'm super excited. What do you have next?
I'm gonna do the Golden Trail National Series over at Mount Hood. I think it's called. Yeah, the Y. Yeah, I don't even want to butcher the pronunciation there. So that was the plan. I got to see how my blisters are gonna do this week. I was hoping to get like an 8-mile cool down in today, but that's not gonna happen. It's all right. Probably good for my OCD not to focus on mileage as much. I feel like I gotta hit this mileage mark, you know. So maybe I'll get on the bike this evening and just kind of shake out the legs. Yeah, I know, right? I keep telling myself, man, I gotta like get on a road bike or a mountain bike, and you know, you get those days where like, oh, the last thing I want to do is go pound some doubles or something, you know. I'm like, I gotta just like bike something, get some cardio in, but I'm like, oh wait, but I gotta hit this mileage this week, so it'll probably be good. Maybe it'll allow me to be a little less focused on that. So, yeah.
What's the goal here?
What do you say?
What's the goal of the year?
The goal of the year, yeah. My big 2 races I'm focusing on was Sierra Zinal and OCC. Dude, it would be fun having you there at OCC. We got a good like American contingent going there, man. So I'm stoked. It's gonna be. I'm too hard. I'm excited, man. It's going to be one of those painful ones where you're just like, okay, where's the end of this hill? But excited to just kind of lock in and enjoy the pain cave and just keep going up. So it'll be a good one. I'm going to do a little VK the week before that. Then I'll do Sierra Zinal. And then I got the little 2-week and then just head out to OCC. So I'm stoked for that little sling of race. Yeah, so we'll be out there for a month. It's awesome. My wife and kids are going to come out this time, so it's super good. We just finalized some of our plans. Somehow I dropped the ball I swear I looked at the website like 5 times before I booked our flights, and I somehow booked our flights coming home on like August 27th or something. And then I like see OCC is like, I'm like, oh, and I guess yeah. So my wife's like, you never make. So I was like, oh, sweet, the biggest race of the year, and I'm not going to be there. And then, of course, I adjusted our flights. So it'll be great, though.
Yeah, no, I'm stoked to love watching the race. I'll come out and race you next time.
Dude, come out here, man.
I don't think I could have touched
Put the smack down on us.
Yeah, it was good to talk to you. I think Tampa's got another interview coming in.
Sweet.
And yeah, hopefully you can clear up those heels and get out to the east.
Hey, thanks. The Eli, the Hemming crew is just one to throw down with, man. You guys are great.
Yeah, well, we might be out here all week, so if you're...
Hey, come join.
Yeah, try to come down with you.
Heck yeah. No, whatever. Whatever. Dude, you're the man.
Great job today.
Thanks, Eli.
Yeah.
It's always a little finicky. We've been playing with it all day. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, can you tell the people who you are, what you're doing?
Yeah, hi, I'm Erin Stork, and here for my second Snowbird race. First time in 4 years, so super exciting to be back.
Yeah, where were you for 4 years?
I was in Alaska for 2 years, and then I just moved to Bend, Oregon.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I've been going through a lot of injuries, so I haven't been racing mountains. So this was my first one back, and it was amazing. So.
That's what we wanted. Can you tell the people a little about what your injuries were?
Yeah. So I had a hip surgery. I chronic hip pain after a snowboard accident years ago, and then ended up having a labral repair, which went really well. And then I got back to racing Cirque Series probably too fast. They're so fun. I got back and I did all of them that year, even with the ankle bothering me. And it kind of blew up. Ended up having an extra bone in my foot. So I had that taken out. And ankle surgeries are just hard. So I've just been struggling with that recovery.
There's not a lot of blood flow going down there.
There's not. All your body weight on it.
On trails like that, like, what if there was a lot of the ankle?
Yeah, it
So how
does.
did you feel, I guess, on that, like, techie descent then?
I actually felt good. I'd say my strong suits are descents, and I was waffling a lot with shoes because I've been kind of all over the shoe game recently, trying to find something more supportive for the ankle. But
What'd you wear to go?
I ultimately went with a really more minimalist technical shoe, which is the On Cloud Peak 3, because I know, well fitting, right? And I felt really comfortable, and then they're not a lot of stack height, so I didn't feel a lot of risk of rolling my ankle. And downhills are kind of my favorite part of the race, so
You got to open it up.
I did.
So you're able to pass some women on that downhill.
Yeah, I know on the uphill. I'm like, okay, if this person's passing me, it's all right, it's all right. I'll get a handful on the downhill.
Well, you knew the course, you've done the course, but
Yeah.
what is your favorite part about this course?
Honestly, and I don't even know I would say the same thing last year, but today I really like the descent coming off of Baldy, that like super technical, loose sand, just like kind of like skiing down it. That part was super fun today.
We'll have to get you the Mount Marathon. Have you done that?
Dude, I lived in Alaska for 2 years, but I was hurt, and also I'm not made it off the wait list, but I'm building my entries. So I have 2 years worth of entries. I will 100%.
Let's get you off the list.
Okay.
We need to get you on that course.
Oh yeah, it would be amazing.
Ride down the sail and just like, send it.
Yeah.
When do we get to see you at more races this year?
I think I'm gonna be doing the Mammoth race for Golden Trail.
Okay.
And-
Golden Trail.
First Golden Trail.
Everyone watch out.
I know. Well, Nothing crazy this year, but we'll keep building.
It's a good field to be a part of.
Yeah, it is. It'll just be exciting to be there.
Cool bringing trail running to the U.S.
It is. It's amazing. Yeah.
Cirque Series, as you got to experience 4 years ago, like then bringing short course and making it happen.
I know. Well, and I couldn't miss this year's race because back when I was racing a lot more and was a little more competitive, I always wanted to do a mountain champs. And I was really involved with Cirque Series, obviously. And I couldn't miss the opportunity to show up at mountain champs while it was at Snowbird. And so I was like waffling to make the drive from Oregon. And I was like, you know what? Let's just do it. I know.
It'd be really cool if they like got to keep it here.
Right.
Know that it like
It moves, yeah.
It's only fair, I guess, but that's how
Yeah.
people on the West Coast. Maybe we could like head to say like, oh, you can have it at the Brighton.
The Brighton would be awesome. That's my favorite. Well, no, Alyeska's my favorite race, but Brighton's probably my second favorite Cirque Series. So
Have you done all of them?
I've done all of them.
Oh, wow. Even the A Basin one.
Even the A Basin one. Actually, the only one I haven't done is Grand Targhee because they added it since, well, and Switzerland. They've added those since I was in my hiatus. So
Well, I think now that the hiatus is over, you're helping.
yeah,
I think Darby and Switzerland, I think we gotta put those on the bucket list.
yeah, maybe next year.
Staying healthy. And do you have like people that you get to train with? Do you have a coach? Or are you just kind of a solo rider?
No, I do have a coach, and a big reason I got a coach is coming back from this injury is having someone to kind of check and balance with. Like, it's just so hard sometimes to have all that awareness on your own when you've been struggling for so long, and also sometimes to like when it's okay to push through it.
And also when like, okay, that's a bit too much, too fast.
Yeah,
You're like, I can do that.
yeah.
Right?
So that's been really helpful, I think, too. And then I just moved to Oregon, so I'm trying to get into some trail running groups and stuff. So
Well, you can always hit up Max King.
it's true, the legend's right there.
The legend lives there. He can probably show you some good routes.
Yeah, for sure.
But thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Glad to have some local power.
Yeah.
Here. You threw it down with the women, and it's great to have you back out.
Thank you.
4 years hiatus, but dude, this racing crush.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Confidence.
It is, for sure.
Well, hydrate,
Thanks.
relax, soak it in, celebrate. Yeah, it was awesome to get to chat with you.
All right, nice to meet you.
Okay, that was a great little chat. We're going to have July come back on the running show and join us yet again to kind of type it up, you know. And he's going to grab me a selfie of Thursday so that I don't die of dehydration on this very long day. Talk about the runners recovering and feeling good on their commentating. It's a thirsty endeavor.
Yeah, for sure.
So we gotta stay hydrated here. We have some nice key lime naturally essence LaCroix, or for some of you, LaCroix.
I'm an American. It's LaCroix.
LaCroix. I just feel so fancy when I say it.
You are very fancy.
Yeah, but we got to chat and see, like, hear some stories out in the field. Erin was out for 4 years with, she had a hip surgery and ankle to remove a bone.
Wow.
This is her first trail race out. First trail race back.
She chose a tough one.
Yeah, but her favorite thing is the downhill. And she, like, made up spots, and she's like,
Okay, there you go.
so many people not liking that ball due descent, and she was like, sign me up. That was my favorite part. She's like, I crushed that. So that was pretty cool to hear. Because I think everyone else we've heard is like, that ball due descent, they're like scars from it.
Yeah. No, talking to all of the speedsters, the tracker athletes, that descent off Baldy was something pretty scary.
Yeah, you know, I remember that from when we did it, and I vividly remember thinking to myself, I am not cut out for this sport. So it was nice to have somebody also cute.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go try and get Hawk's call.
Yeah.
Hawk
Hot call.
Hawk call. Do I say call? I'll get the pirates.
Yeah.
I'll lure
Go get the Pirates booty. He came over here. He needs to talk to us now. That's his fault. All right. And as you can see, we still have runners just coming in. It's such a hard race. Come talk to me. We got Hot Call coming over. How you doing?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I'm bailing. You bailing? I'm bailing. Oh. You want to just toss on the headset, make sure the mouthpiece is in front.
Here we go.
Tell the people who you are.
Yeah, my name's Hot Call. I originally more came from the LCR side, so like Spartan, Tough Mudder, that kind of stuff. Yes, my dad was Hobie Call. Yeah, yeah, he was the.
I put that out there, and I was like, I think that's right.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No. Yeah. You got it. Yeah. He was a professional in LCR for, around a decade or so. And then when I graduated from college, about 2-3 years back, then I did like a season of LCR, and then I was like, I want to get more into the trail racing side, and so I started working a little less on that upper body and a little more on those hills, and here I am. So.
Happy to see you here over in the trail running world.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been fun.
You showed up like crazy at Broken Arrow, and now this. Like, you're on a roll, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're stoked to see it. How did the race play out for you? Because I know Christian said he was kind of running scared on that downhill a little bit. Like, his heels were kind of a problem, so he was trying to slow down, but he knew that you were coming on hot.
Yeah.
We were pretty surprised to see the Pirates booty come fly by through here. You almost caught him.
Yeah.
How'd it play out?
Yeah. So my entire goal was to make sure that I was in a good position to attack that second spot. I was like, I knew I've been training with Christian lately, and I knew that his uphills were they're just stronger than mine right now, straight up. And so it's very impressive. Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. And so I knew coming into it, I was like, most likely he's going to take off, he's going to get a big gap, and then that's exactly what he did. I was like, so I just need to put myself within like 30 seconds to a minute of like a striking distance, basically, of that second place. And then my uphills were just feeling better today than I thought they were going to. And so I ended up being that second place guy going up to Hidden Peak. And so I was like, okay. I was like, I still don't know if I'm going to be able to catch Christian. I was like, because I can't even see him. I was like, he's without eyesight. And then once it opened up, then I was able to, get some glimpses of him here and there. But I was like, I tried. I was like, I definitely hauled those down hills, but it just wasn't enough. I was like, his uphills are just on another level right now, and so I wasn't able to catch up with him. But I was very happy with how it went, though. I was like, the uphills were stronger than I thought they were going to be, and so I was happy to go into that aid station at the top of Hidden Peak, right with the third place guy that came in right behind me. We were neck and neck at that aid station. And then as soon as we hit the downhill, it's like, I got to get as big of a gap on this guy as I possibly can. And then, of course, try to catch Christian as well. And so I just tore up the downhills, and it ended up working out pretty well. So.
That's so sick. Yeah. This is our screen right here, and we were watching just like on some drones for a little while. And we'd see like a pack of you guys kind of running behind. Like, obviously Christian was up a little ways.
Yeah.
And we were like, I think somebody's going to win that pack. I think somebody's feeling okay, and they're just going to bomb the downhill.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to catch him. And we're so stoked that you've come out and just showed up at two of the biggest U.S. races in just a month's time.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your plan with trail running next? Like, what are you racing next?
Yeah. So I'll actually be back up here for the 28K for Speed Goat next weekend. Okay. And then there's also the next stop of the Spartan Series in Utah as well, also next weekend. Yeah. And so I'm going back and forth on whether or not I'm going to try to double, because Speed Goat's on Friday, and then that's a Spartan race. Yeah, yep. And so that one, and it's a beast, so it's around roughly 13 to 15 miles. So I'll basically just be doing Speed Goat Friday, and then Saturday doing the Spartan. And so I'm leaning more towards no because I think Speed Goat's going to beat me down pretty good. Like 19 miles, 6,000 feet of elevation. Like, it's going to be brutal, you know? And so it's, I'm back and forth on the fence of that one. I told myself, I was like, Friday night after the race, if I think that I can still place top 3 for the prize money at Spartan the next day, I was like, then I'll just do a last minute registration and just show up. I was like, but if I'm like exhausted and I'm like, there's just no way I'm going to be able to run up a mountain tomorrow morning, then it's going to be, it's whatever, forget about it. But
I've heard of like the VK to like a 20-some K double, but I'm
yeah.
not sure about the whole 28. But Speed Goat's a different thing too.
Oh yeah, it's brutal.
Bad course.
It is. I did the 50K last year, and my endurance side was not there yet. I bonked the hardest bonk of my entire life. It was a rough day. So this year I was like, let's do a 28K this year. Focus a little more on that like 20 to 30K distance. Try to specialize in that. And so yeah, hopefully that goes much better than the 50K did last year. But yeah, and then after that, I don't have anything planned for August. And then September, Headlands and Mammoth for the last 2 American stops. Yeah, for the US, Golden Trail Series. So, yeah, so I plan on being at both of those. I'm gonna try to secure one of those 2 golden tickets for the Worlds race. But I mean, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think I stand a decent shot at it. I've been doing pretty good so far. So we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, that's the hope. That's the goal.
Yes. All right. Absolutely love to hear it. Do you have any idea, like, how you want to progress in trail running? Have you thought much past, like, this year? You want to keep going and
Yeah.
build the scene and kind of help build that up? 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, you live in a good spot to have all these Cirque Series races here.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the Mountain Sport, obviously. Kind of the world's your oyster, right?
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm super excited. I mean, this year was the first year that I solely focused on the trail scene, and so I was really hoping to honestly be performing as well as I have been. Like, that was the goal. I was like, I want to start placing at some of these bigger races, and getting my name out there a little more, so that next year I can compete and travel to some more of the Golden Trail World Series instead of just the American Series. So that's kind of where I'm hoping to grow, is like next year I want to play even a bigger role on the World Series, not just the U.S. National Series. And obviously the main issue with that is money right now. Is like, it's expensive to travel to other countries every other week for a big race, you know? So the whole goal for this year is like, get out there, perform well enough in the United States that I can hopefully get at least some sponsorship for next year to be able to, you know, go out to other countries and compete on the world format. And I'd love to stay in that sub ultra. I was like, I think maybe 3-4 years down the road, I'll try to break into some of those, you know, 50K to 100K. But right now, I'm definitely enjoying these 20 to 30K distance, and it's getting much more competitive. And so it's super exciting.
It's no longer it's just like you do sub ultra until you're ready for ultra. It's just like
Exactly.
sub ultra is such an amazing race series or race like type. I think that can be its own thing, and I think having athletes like you that are like, I want to do that, and I want to keep doing that. I think that's just going to keep elevating it, and that's so sick to hear.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
sticking there for a bit.
Yeah, I definitely want to stick in there for a bit. I'm excited.
Yeah, athletes like there's only been a few really that have like stuck around for a really long time doing that. Like you got Andy Wacker, Joe Gray, Max King.
Yeah.
And those guys are like legends because they've done that.
Yeah.
We need more of those guys, and you have that
For sure.
opportunity for sure. Yeah. Well, how can people follow you?
Yeah. Just Hawk Call on Instagram. And that's the only thing I have right now. It's just an Instagram. So.
It's going to be a good journey to watch. So I want everybody to follow along because I know I am. Yeah.
For sure. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, I think we got a couple more interviews.
Awesome.
Awesomers today.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You
Thanks.
are absolutely crushing. Do you want to grab Cam for me?
Yeah.
Grab.
How's the morning been?
It's been good. It's a lot of talking.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't know if people want to hear my voice this much.
They do, trust me.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're here with Camden. Ginger tonight.
What's up? Here we are, taking over.
Yeah, we just destroy trails because of our hair color.
Yeah,
So watch out.
totally.
Can you
Yeah, shedding heat, reflecting sunlight. Yeah, and our freckles are absorbing sun, so yeah, it's
Freckles that you sold that you ordered and we just had more.
totally, yeah.
You have to go on a race. Like, I don't want to so collective. Tell us how your race was out there.
Oh man, that was super hard. I started off, there I was, and I was trying to get to the front as fast as I could, but I couldn't because everyone else was, yeah, because everyone else was going too fast. Or not too fast for me. And then, so we had a lot of like downhill early on, and then it turned into that long grinding climb. And people started to come back to me a little bit, and was feeling good, trying to get up towards the front and give myself a chance. And I did. To near the top, I think I got up to third or so. There was someone up there with pirate booty shorts. I never got to him. Those were sweet. And then Christian was way up there. And it was super fun being near the top. Lots of people cheering. Some really fun steep downhills. And at some point, I just started to kind of lose it and get a little dizzy and warm. Yeah.
We saw people even at the start, like, had ice in their hands.
Yeah.
Like, you've seen people that have taken snow and, like, stuffed it in their shirts.
Yeah.
And I was like, we were sitting down here doing nothing, obviously.
Yeah.
And Eli and I were both like, it's pretty hot down here. Look at how hot it is up there. And
Yeah.
watching people cross the finish line with, like, the salt rings.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, oh, it was very hot.
Yeah. You know, I did both of those things and dunked my shirt in ice water before the start and dunked my hair in ice water before the start. And it still wasn't quite enough, so I don't really have any excuses. But man, that was hard.
You did say that you drove here with no AC.
Yeah, that wasn't good. I'm gonna get that fixed. Yeah.
You did sauna training yesterday.
Yeah.
Usually advised that like 10 days in advance.
Yeah.
So the body was kind of freaking out a bit.
Totally. Yeah.
We saw on your Instagram that you talked about the revenge tour. And what's inspired that?
Yeah.
What are you coming back from that you're on this revenge?
Yeah, so it's actually the Revenge Tour of Joy, to be in detail, because I tore my ACL meniscus in early in 2023, so 2 winters ago, and went through the whole rehab process last summer and fall. It wasn't super fast, but it was really thorough and effective, and I never had any big setbacks, and it feels really good right now. The day I got cleared in late January, I did one ski mountaineering race, and then the next morning tore up. Yep, yeah. So it was about 10 or 11 month recovery. And then the day after I got cleared and did that race, I tore up my shoulder in a weightlifting incident. So I had about 20 hours in between the 2 injuries that were awesome. And then I went back to scheduling surgery, getting surgery, rehabbing that, and I'm still in the midst of the shoulder rehab. It was a ladder J procedure, so they repair the labrum and rearrange some bones and do all kinds of stuff in there.
So no running for a long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. So I haven't really run since the fall of 2022. But I was doing everything I could during the rehab process, and I actually got into Zwift. I think, yeah, totally. Which I kind of didn't like the idea of, but I think there's like a reward center in my brain that I never like satisfied by playing video games as a kid. Then I started Zwifting, and I was like, well, I can level up if I ride up the Alpe d'Huez a few more times. Yeah.
Totally. So it was cool because it was really motivating. And then I got back to running in May, and I just got back to racing as soon as I could because I realized how much I missed it. Yeah, so that was early June, so I maybe had like a month at that point. And then went straight to Broken Arrow. I did the Vale Hill climb. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah. The Vale Hill climb and then Kendall Mountain were both last weekend. So I did a driving tour last weekend too. And then here, yeah. I missed being here. Yeah. So to answer the question about the Revenge Tour of Joy, I was actually working with a sports psychologist during this process. We were getting connected while I was coming back from the knee and like having a hard time with getting back to skiing. And then while we were like in that intro process before we had any appointments, I hurt the shoulder. So then during that appointment number one, it's like, hey, we're actually like season's over. Can we talk about something else? Yeah. Yeah. Her name's Kirsten Cooper with the USOPC. She's been really great. And we, it's felt a little more like therapy than sports psychology at times. She was like, I want you to make me faster. I don't want to talk about, like, I don't want to talk about my childhood. But she was just kind of building up to like why I'm doing this and what my values are. And like during a values exercise, it was like yes, no to these activities. She was like, winning, yes, no hesitation. I love winning. And then all these other things, and then you kind of like narrow down later and later, and winning got whittled out. And what was left was joy and adventure and kindness, and there might have been love, or there was some other feeling one in there. And I realized that what I really missed and what is really important to me is just like the adventure of the unknown with these races, and you show up and find out what you are capable of, and yeah.
What you can experience on the day, like it's not just a number or a place. It's like getting to run and have the ability to do it. And I think sometimes until you're injured, you don't realize how special that is. It's like, it's not just about staying on top of the podium. It's just about purely getting to be out there and doing it.
Totally. Yeah.
And I imagine that you're feeling very grateful.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I've had good races and bad races in these last, I mean, I guess it's only been a month or month and a half or so. And I'm just really happy to be here and just find out what happens and just have the opportunity. So I just really missed having the opportunity, because yeah. Totally. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I am going to take a little bit of a break, which was planned, and then jump back into the Rut and Pikes Peak are the ones I'm most excited for. I think I'll do a couple on the way, maybe the Cirque Series in A Basin. So this is actually my very first Cirque Series race ever, and I thought it was awesome, and it's just so cool seeing all the energy and excitement here. So.
Such a great job of like really elevating the fun level.
Totally.
Like,
Yeah. This is hyped. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. For sure. This is super cool. Yeah, so especially when it comes to Colorado and it's a little closer, got to do that. And then the Rut will be the week after, I think, and then Pikes Peak is right after that. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. And that's where the name comes from. Is I'm like angry that I missed all that time, and I like am pissed off and just want to race hard, and I want to see stars and taste iron and like go super hard. But I'm also just so happy to be here. So it's the Revenge Tour of Joy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thanks so much, Taylor. Yeah, that's right. Thanks so much. Yeah, good to catch up. Sweet.
Thank you, everybody, for listening to I think next is we're going to have I'm gonna chat with Zach.
We'll let these guys go for it.
Okay, actually, pivot. We are switching off. Another Zach will be around. That's Zach.
Yeah, let's do this.
Make sure that's close to your mouth.
Is that good?
Yeah, I think you're good.
All right.
I don't hear anything, but
Sweet.
it's
Yeah.
like us talking.
Yeah.
You don't get used to it.
Okay.
You want to introduce yourself and tell them who you are?
Yeah. So my name is Zach Erickson. I'm from originally from Idaho Falls, Idaho. I grew up there, ran cross country and track, and I took a 2-year break from running to go on serve a mission for my church, and then I enrolled at BYU, where I competed the last 3 years. So.
I mean, definitely from the like trail side of things, we saw you running up there like, I'm not sure who that is. Who is this guy that's pushing the pace with like these like known like absolute ballers? So like we're stoked to see you racing. How did this race turn out for you?
Yeah, it was
Just a little one day.
for sure.
How to climb there, how to
Yeah, I genuinely had no idea how this would turn out. Like, haven't been running a whole lot to prepare for this. Okay, yeah.
Right now we have Julian Carr coming through. He is the race organizer of Cirque Series.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
he gets out there every single time. Absolute baller. We just got to celebrate him coming through.
Yes, we do.
That he gets through the race every time.
That's impressive.
Sorry, distraction.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's go back to the race.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I didn't really know what was going to happen just because, I don't know, I haven't really been training a whole lot of running. I've been injured for over a year and tried running, trying to get back into it, and every time things flare up and I've had to stop. And luckily I was able to take up cycling and get some fitness that way, do a lot of hill climbs around here in Utah. And so yeah, coming in today, I just wanted to go out there and have fun. I thought that I could get top 10. And so the race started out and found myself in like 9th at the start of the climb. And I was like, okay, this is great. These guys all look really good. We're going pretty hard. Like my heart rate's already like 185 and like we're like 6 minutes into this, hour, 20-minute race. So like, I was like, all right, well, let's just see what happens. And slowly just was picking off guys. And yeah, I ended up feeling really good. So it was fun to be out here. Loved it. Course was great. Downhills were really hard. And at a point, I was close to second. And then I was like, okay, there's no way I'm getting second. Like, this guy is moving on this downhill. So I'll stick with third. Let's go into defensive, strategy and just survive. So it was fun.
First trail race, absolutely baller. Like, that's so sick. It was so sick to see you cross that finish line and figure out who you were. I've been getting the story here from that, but yeah, like, I think you coming back from injury, will the trail world see you continue here? Because you all up here, it was a phenomenal race. I think it's cool to see. And I think you have some real plans here.
Yeah, I really do want to pursue trail. I don't know how things are going to shake out this year. I know the Alta race is already filled, I might do Targhee. That's close to my hometown. Oh, okay. Sneak me in? All right. All right. Maybe I might consider it. But, yeah, right now I just really want to focus on training and, getting in to good shape for this cross-country season at BYU.
You said you have a year and a half to 2 years left?
Yeah, year and a half to 2 years. So.
Okay, so we'll have to wait a little while, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see.
But we'll see.
Yeah. I'm kind of a runner that just makes impulsive decisions and just like, I'll sign up for the race. Let's just do it, and yeah. And I mean, running trails is a great way to build fitness, just for cross country. I feel like I've really enjoyed it. Just these past couple of weeks, like I've been doing a little bit of trail running, and I feel like it's just better for your overall strength. Like you get out there and run like 10 miles on the road, and it's like it's the same exact muscles firing, and it's very repetitive. But on the trails, you're moving all over, and I think it'll help me stay healthy, in the long term. So yeah, I think you'll see me again.
Perfect. That's what we want to hear. That was our biggest question of like, will we go back to track and cross country and never come again?
Yeah.
Like, I'm really happy that you said yes.
Yeah, these last 2 years, Christian Allen, the winner today, he has been running at BYU, and it's been really fun having him on the team. And I'd love to follow in his footsteps and, take after his training. And yeah, so.
Yeah, do you think you do something like kind of stick on, do some road stuff, do some cross country stuff, and
Yeah.
some trails, or just kind of focus on there?
Yeah, well, we'll do a little bit of everything, Yeah, whatever comes, we'll do it.
Yeah. So, I mean, just about this race in general, like, it's a very technical course. Like, there's not, it's a lot of very, very technical, very rocky stuff on the backside of that. Do you have any experience doing stuff like that, or is that just like you like winging it and like somehow managed to be pretty good at it?
Yeah, growing up, I played a lot of sports, and so I just had a lot of good footwork from then, but that was like 12 years ago, so like haven't really had much of that. And so yeah, I just sent it, I was like, I have to go fast here or else I'm gonna get caught. And I came and previewed the course it was last week or 2 weeks ago, and I just ran it like nice and slow. And yeah, I made it up Baldy, and I was dropping down, and I was going along the ridge line. I'm like, oh, this isn't too bad. And then I look at my phone to see, like, if I'm on the route, and I'm like, oh, crap, no, I'm not. So I go back, and I look at the trail going straight down the mountain. I'm like, oh, no. And so, like, I, like, walked down, and I was like, I'm going to hurt myself. But, no, today I got out there, and I felt good, and I went pretty quick down it. I fell once, scraped up my hand a little bit, nothing too bad. But, yeah, I fell again later. But, yeah, you just kind of have to go for it. And I feel like over time, I'll get better at it and be able to stick with the guys like Hawk and Christian. So.
Yeah, I think if you're around guys like Christian, you got some good mentors there. And I would love to see you come back.
Yeah.
I know you have a cross country coming up. Looking to get on that team again. So best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll be cheering for you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I can't wait to be back. Alrighty.
All right. I think we're going to send you off.
Sounds good.
You're going to come back and
Sweet. Pleasure to be here.
Last I heard, our producer's trying to find Grayson Murphy.
No, I think he is now. I got intel that he is trying to find Julian to get him on. Julian just finished not too long ago, so Zach is in the hunt to find him, to sit down, I believe, to get first impressions of this murderous course that he made. He knows. He does know what he did. And he's just back in the pack, just enjoying himself, being like, I just get to take this at a nice speed. We should make him descend as fast as Christian Allen did and see if he enjoys it this much. Just have him full send that. Zachary, right? Okay. Oh, wow. That is awesome. Okay. Awesome. He has some pressure. Has some pressure from Christian Allen to be like, hey, buddy. In the best of ways. They really are. And it's cool to see like how many people are coming out just because people like recommend it. They're like, hey, I do this cool thing. I think you would really like to do this cool thing. You want to try it with me? And then people come out and they're like, yeah, but I think that's how we grow the sport, right? It's like one person tells another person, and then you're creating memories together, and that's pretty cool. Like, I would say that's how we started. Like, people recommended that we go to a trail race that were our friends, and we were like, yeah, let's go to a trail race. And then we realized this is a good time. I hope so. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if he did one more trail run a week.
Imagine if he ran more than just from, he started running in June.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay.
And so just in June, he started riding his bike, started running.
Wow.
Went from 0 miles in June to
0 to hero right here. Well, I think that even shows too, that's another great story along with Cam Smith. Like, he started running in May, and his first race was GoPro Games at the beginning of June, and now he's done GoPro, Broken Arrow, Vail Mountain, and Kendall in the same weekend. And then came here. Yes, he did one on Saturday and then one on Sunday. He said he went for the driving tour. And we were talking that it's not just the revenge tour, it's the revenge tour of joy. And so I think that should be a great overarching for everyone. Like, man, this is supposed to be joyful. Like, we watch all these people crossing the finish line. People are stoked. The smile on their faces of like, yeah. Well, we talked about it with Andy Cornish, and she even said, you know, when I was out there, I was like, why am I doing this? Maybe I should drop out. She saw other people drop out. And then she got to the downhill. She's like, actually, this is fun. And then she crossed the finish line. She's like, I'm so glad I did that. And that is what makes it, like, crossing the finish line. You have your friends and family, and also the volunteers out here. They are stoked. Like, that's a long day to be stoked. Yeah, they're coming in, and they have been out there, and like, we're complaining about the heat just sitting down here. Like, I think about the sun exposure up there, and I'm like, whew, I feel like I've had a day. But they've up there, and they've had the real day. Getting up early, going out there, being out there for the athletes. Yeah, I just think there's been so many cool stories today, especially. And seeing a lot of backgrounds. Like, you don't just have to have one background to get here. Yeah. And that's a really cool thing for the barrier of entry. Like that, Zachary, you don't even have to ever have run trails. And you can come and have a good time. Yeah. Watch out. I'm going to be like, okay, Eli, you can't bring him up at dinner again. I understand. If he has a Strava, you only allowed to look at it once a day, okay? But it'll just be interesting to see his progression and if he decides to come back and try. Yep. Yep. Yeah, No, I think like the Americans are coming. The Americans are coming. I think we saw that a little bit at UTMB, right? That Jim and Zach, yep, and Courtney, you know, just I hope everyone remembered that. I hope all the Europeans remembered that on the 4th of July. But it's cool to see that it's becoming a sport over here because it was so niche, and we're just giving Europe a hard time because they were so far ahead of us in something that's so fun. And now that we're kind of like finally getting on board, they're probably like, "We told you it was cool." We were like, "Okay, we're a little sour that it took us this long to figure out it was cool." But now that we do, I'm really excited for the new age of American trail runners. And yeah. Can be this. Well, I think Joe Gray shows that. His end goal hasn't been, I'm going to go from doing VKs and sub-ultra races to I'm racing 100-mile at the end of my career. Like, again, he was U.S. vertical champ this past weekend, and he's a Masters athlete. I think the number is too great for me to even comprehend at this point. We were talking about Andy Wagger earlier being, you know, a decade deep, but like we need some stats on Joe Gray. I should definitely pull those up because that's been a career, and he's given his passion to sub-ultra running.
And all it really takes is the community reaching out to other people. I guess I heard this through the grapevine, so it's not directly from him, so I might be reading it a little bit wrong. But Joe started this because somebody told him to go show up to a trail race, and he fell in love with it. And so many stories are like that. Like, all it takes is a trail race or two, and all of a sudden you have the greatest of all time showing up, like, all of a sudden years, but it is something amazing. So, here we go.
So I believe, I'm not sure, this is on his Wikipedia page, so there might... He does have a Wikipedia page. That I'm not sure this includes the VK from winning last weekend, but this says that he is a 6-time U.S. national champion and a 28-time Team USA national team member. 16. Yeah. And he was the first ever national champion at the 30K trail distance as well. So he's holds the American record. Yep, world champ. Yeah, he won the world champion trail running when it was in Bulgaria. So he's had such an illustrious career, and holds. Yeah, you should try this. Love affair. Why not? Yeah.
Amazing races and amazing places. If you're Cam Smith, you get to drive around the state of Colorado all the way over to Utah and race every weekend if you want. There's so many options. You're trying to get hot power sponsorship so you can travel internationally.
Yeah, like I think that's the hardest part, right? Is just being able to have the funds to go to these races. And Taylor Stack was 5th overall. Yep, so he
That is another person that I think is the future of trail running.
yeah, so I feel, you know?
I said like a couple times today that Chris Allen is the future of trail running. But he's not. He's the president. He's good. He's not the president. He's good.
Yeah, he's it.
He's about to get the rest of us as well.
Yeah.
I have no doubt that race is like
His ideal.
race. Uphill and so fast. So I think Taylor Stack is another one of those guys that is just going to step in and become the new guard.
Yeah, but you think about that, like you have Hot Call, Zachary, Taylor Stack, like those guys aren't sponsored, and they just got top 5 at a U.S. champ. Is Mason Copy? Is he? Because he was 4th today, like. Okay, so yeah, just knowing that that's a nice. Okay, and a good swapper showing up. Same with Andy Cornish is also a David athlete. Grayson Murphy, yeah, so showing up for sure. I think we're gonna get some more interviews on here, but you know, talking about the women, like it was a close race. We have Grayson Murphy coming in 1:36.17, and Rachel for second came in less than 4 minutes back from world champion, and then it just got tight from there on out. You have Laurel that was then third in 1:40.37, so just seconds separating. And then fourth, Alexa Aragon was 1:40.46. 10 seconds separated her from breaking in to that top. Yeah. But looking at it on paper and seeing how close those top women were was awesome. And how they were battling out there all day, that it wasn't a moment of like, just, oh, I can just run this in. It was like, I'll fight for every spot right now. And I think that's just something that we've noticed that's been different of these U.S. championships and how they've grown, is I think you saw big gaps happen in years prior. Like when Grayson won when it was hosted at Mount Hood. It was such a big gap between each athlete. And so now to see it get closer and closer, it just shows that more depth is coming. No, not at all. Yeah. Yep. And that's something that's awesome. It's like the definition of like the cream of the crop. Like the cream rises to the top, but you need somebody to start that, right? And so that's been pretty cool. And I think we're going to see more, even international fields coming. I think we saw that at Broken Arrow. Like, it went from very much. Yep.
The first in the series is Brighton. And
I don't know. I'm not going to try and say his last name because I will butcher it. Yeah. And I think just like how when the Americans go over to Europe and they decide, okay, we have to make it worth our trip. So we do a lot of races. It's like when we go over, you're going to want to do, you know, Sears and all OCC and maybe a World Cup, because you can't just go over. Travel is a lot. So I think they're finding it here that with these so close together that you can come over and you can do some very high level events, boom, 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 and get most bang for your buck, but get some stellar competition. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Like that goes a long way.
I mean, it's just enough. Like, yes, it's not absorbing lots of money. It's not going to buy your house. But for these athletes, like a Hot Call, like,
paying his way.
Going to races and paying his way it's expensive to get to all these races, so if he can make up his money that he spent this year, that's huge. And that makes it so he can go to more races.
Yeah, and be able to keep on the train of competing, because that goes a long way. Just to stay at a hotel. So yeah, we're looking at the pro, first place 1,000, second 250, and third 150. So it's a race with prize money. They're trying to build it, and you put some cash out there, and people will come. The people come. And they also recognize as well, like, it's not just the pros either in that category. Like, Cirque Series does a good job of also recognizing the expert and the sport division. And they're doing prize money and gear for them as well. So, it's the best. Yeah. You don't have to be first. You can be anywhere in there and you are celebrated. And that is awesome. So we're getting like nearing the end of this awesome broadcast. What are some of your takeaways? Like, what have you enjoyed most? What's inspired you? Seriously. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think it's just more how many people are coming back from something that was really awesome to see. And this was so many people's like, this was my first race back, or this was my first ever trail race, and that they picked it to be this one at the US Mountain Running Champ. Like, that's really cool that they're like, I want to try something and put myself out there. And like the young bucks in the field, like, gonna try it. Like Laurel, I loved her story. She absolutely, like, she didn't have the day that she wanted at the vertical champs last weekend. And instead of that, letting her defeat her and be like, maybe this isn't my thing, because she's new to it. It's not like she's been doing this. She's like, yeah, bad races happen. Like, that could have been a defining, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Instead, she travels all the way out here from Pennsylvania and's like, I'm going to give it my best again. And she gets on the podium to two long-time trail runners that have been in the scene. And I thought that was a cool story. Well, again, best in the world. Like, it's not just, we're not talking about all Utah here or all America. We're talking about all in the world. And I think that level of putting herself out there and being like, gonna find out. I don't know if I can cuss on this, so I'm not going to, because, you know, blank and find out. So you can insert the word that you would like in there. I don't want this to not be monetized. They're like, Tabor, you're never allowed on a live stream ever again. But that's a story that was inspiring me, and also a surprise. Like, I don't think I was picking her to be in the top 3. Like, I thought she'd mix it up, but also... Yep. Yeah. I think we had a lot of people that showed up today. Like, even my predictions for the top 3 men, I didn't do well on my free trail fantasy. Like, yes, I had, yeah, we never do, because we have the heartstrings. We have the favorites that You know, we're like, I really like them, so I'm putting them at the top. Oh wow, we have an amputee coming through. That is awesome. Like, doing it and thinking how technical that is, and then I complain when stuff is technical and he does it. Next time, that's what I'm going to think about when you take me on some epic adventure and I'm complaining that it's too hard. You'd be like, you know what? Remember that. I'll be like, if he can do it, I can do it. And it's so true. That's inspiring. Wow.
Were there any other big surprises?
Big surprises. I still think, like, someone that I was so impressed by was Rachel. That turnaround from, you know, she raced at GoPro Mountain Games. Then she comes and she does the VK and the 23K Broken Arrow. She flies all the way to the East Coast, podiums at the vertical, and then flies all the way back to the West Coast and shows up today for a second place. I'd have to say she was the biggest surprise for me, just because I thought with that much racing and that much travel, it would be hard.
I don't know if I agree that it's a surprise to me.
It was so much on the legs. I didn't know what she'd have on that climb because that's just a lot. Yeah.
But I'm not surprised.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Not a surprise, but it was a question mark because I thought on a perfect day, she could podium for sure. But with all that she's done, was it going to be a perfect day? I didn't know. Yeah. Especially for Grayson, she lives in Park City. She pops down all of 40 minutes it probably took to get here this morning, slept in her own bed, had a routine, and I know how that feels. Like, that's nice. You're like, oh, just gonna be at home, roll out, go to the race. But like, travel adds a whole different element to the stress level, and it is draining. And so that was a pretty cool performance that Rachel put on for us. Yeah. And for the men, like, I think my biggest surprise was how the young guys came and have about zero experience, and yet they put on a master class for the vets. They were like, actually, this is how you do it. And so now I feel like we all have to step back and be like, what are you doing that maybe we should all be doing?
I think that's a big thing. Like, somebody who doesn't know, like, and this is how you're supposed to train mentality. Like, maybe they're just doing something that's working, even though it's not what everybody else does.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to look at that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to know, like, where they felt they had a game-changing race today. Like, was it the climbing? Was it the descent? Like, was it even the non-technical areas of the course? Like, I'd just love to know what was going through their head even. And I think we got a little bit of that in the interviews, but at the same time, you could tell they were pretty tired. You're kind of wrangling them. You're trying to, you know, get them to sit down, but they have their fan clubs, you know. You're like, can I steal you from the people that you're talking to so I can talk to you, please? One-on-one. I think we were hoping to get an interview with Grayson, and I'm hoping that can happen, just to hear from our women's winner. See how she felt, like, first race back in a while. And I know that she went through some hardships this last year with some health stuff. So knowing, like, how her body is coming back from that. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't be surprised that she's out here winning races, but if you have a context, like, wow, yeah, like, you actually went through some hard stuff to get here. And, I mean, we saw she went over the crash cam and she got over that finish line. She was working for it.
She gave it her all today out there. It wasn't a cakewalk for her either. And I think sometimes that's what people don't see is how hard it is for people to get here. Like, not only is it really hard for the people that have the 9-to-5 full-time kids and everything else, but even the pros, they go through some stuff. And I think that's what's super special is getting to highlight those stories and see like where people are coming from to get to the start line. Because we all have a story, and it's kind of cool to hear those stories. Yeah. You don't know his story, and then he sits down, you're like, just like trying to keep the jaw from like going to the floor. You're like, I'm a professional trail runner. I need to act with composure. You're like, can I give some of my sponsorship to you? Like, do you need shoes? I can help you. Because, like, we've been there, we've done that. Like, I think that's what I like also is we can understand the context as well. Like, we know, like, what it feels like to start from the beginning and, like, yeah. He's like, can I set this aside? Yeah, but I think that shows like the love of the sport as well. Is like, it's not awesome. I think we're gonna get an interview with the female winner. Eli is gonna step away, and I am going to step on. Or I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay put. Yeah, Eli's booted. You can sit here and have nice talk. Okay, if you just want to put it on and like keep the mic close to your mouth. That's what I've been told all day.
Okay, like that. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
2024 US Mountain Running Championships.
Yeah.
This marks your third champion win?
Fifth.
Oh my god.
I guess third for, well, fourth for mountain, and I've won VK, but fifth national title.
How special was it that it was like
So special. I didn't think I was gonna race, but I think the fact that it was here pushed me to do it because I don't want to miss the opportunity to race here and at home, and it's so cool that everyone's here.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been pretty cool.
Well, I just hope that you're able to soak that in.
Thank you.
That is so strong.
Oh gosh.
I think the finish line, but it was like, we're also like, that looked like it really hurt.
Yeah, I'm probably in the worst shape I've ever been in, so it did not feel good.
Well, you made it. You made it.
Yeah.
So if you can do that off of like, I feel unfit, it's gonna be really scary when like racing gets fit.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, step back and be like, let the master class.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully it eliminates the throwing up at the finish line. Yeah.
What was gonna keep you from racing today?
I've been still dealing with the autoimmune issues, and since China, I haven't been able to run much, so I've been running about 20 miles a week, and yeah, it's been really hard, and I can't really do workouts, so that was why today was such a big question mark, but glad I tried.
Yeah, and that's like, I think that's the most important thing, is like, you're so vulnerable, like, I think a lot of people would have just been saying like, I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
I'm not going to show up at a big race. And instead, we're like being vulnerable with it and being like, yeah, I might not have a perfect day.
Yeah.
But like, it brings me joy. I'm
It did.
in the mountains.
Yeah.
Like, that's inspiring.
Thank you.
And many pro athletes are like, I'm just going to go hard because I might not be perfect.
Yeah.
But you like showed that. That's so
Thanks.
inspiring.
I wanted to hide the last few months, but yeah. Yeah.
You wake up on race morning and you're like, oh no.
I know.
It's the day.
Yeah. It's like it's at home though. Like I might as well try and just give myself a chance. So.
Maybe it could be really bad weather and no cancer.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if we'll ever host U.S. Mountain Champs again here. So I really didn't want to lose the opportunity to race and at least be here. Mhm. Oh gosh.
You can say the finish.
Yeah, well, that was actually pretty uncomfortable. I like the tunnel. That was pretty cool, and I feel like that's unique. Like not many races go through a tunnel. And I think just the part that it was in Utah, and at the top of the peak, I can almost see like my house on the other side. So I was just like, this is so cool. Like I can't believe that this is happening. Yep. Wave at the cat. Yeah. I think having like all my friends here in the trail community here too is probably the best part, and just sharing Utah with people because I love Utah so much, and it's cool to have everyone visit.
Yeah, you should definitely push harder for how cool Utah
I will.
We've made a few trips here, and every time we're just like, the mountains and the trails are so cool.
They're so cool.
And everyone's like, Boulder.
I know. Utah. Yeah, Salt Lake's becoming like a big hub, and I'm in Heber, which is nice because it's the other side of the Wasatch. So yeah, it's been like really cool.
That's awesome.
Hmm.
I know with the autoimmune stuff, like you're probably taking it very much week by week. But do you get to see any other races planned?
I don't know. I just pulled out of Sears and all.
What is a big travel?
Yeah, the travel is travel plus race combo. It's like very inflammatory. So I don't know after that. I'm getting married September 1st, so I kind of have to like bookend that weekend with some free time. But I'm hopefully we'll be at Mammoth Trail Fest in Marin, but TBD. Yeah.
It's like so fast.
That's what I've heard.
Like show off the tracks.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, look what I can do.
Yeah.
But you're getting married pretty soon.
Yep.
Right?
Mhm.
When was that?
September 1st. Yep, in Montana. So we're very excited, and yeah, that's in a good distraction from not being able to run much. So. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Yeah. Yeah. This is okay. Yeah.
And maybe not every time you see the meeting, maybe it's years down the line, and you look back, you're like, that's what
Yes. Yeah, hopefully it's just like a setup for a comeback or however it goes. But yeah, it'll be okay.
Yeah, what's like something you can share with people that are like dealing with a hardship, and like how have you found like coping mechanisms to like get through it?
Yeah, I would say you can't lose hope, even though there's been so many days I've been like, I don't even have hope anymore. Like, I'm going to retire. I'm done. But yeah, I think having people around you that believe in you is important too. And they reinforce that. My coach, David, has been telling me like, just go do it. Like, it's fine. And he believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, like today, for example. So yeah.
We all need those people.
Yeah.
I'm super glad that you're surrounded by
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
It's awesome to have that, and I don't know, we see the one person on top of the podium.
Yeah.
But I think what's missed is all the people that surround you every day that like are able to get you there. It's not just oh, it's just me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it takes a village for sure. And I wouldn't be here today without like my doctor, my coach, my family, my fiance. Like, I owe it all to them. And they were like, just go try it. Like, if you have to drop out today, it's fine. But you were there and you tried. So that's all you can ask. Yeah. Yeah.
And if it's a good time, it's a good time.
Yeah.
Like, if not, you'll learn something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is a good experience.
Well, thank you for sitting down.
Thank you.
I know you want to go celebrate.
Yeah.
The awards are coming up.
Okay, great. Yeah.
It was great to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, you too. Yes. I know. This is so fun. Yeah. I'm really happy everyone's here, and go Utah. Utah's the best. So, yeah. Okay, yeah. Not too many, but yeah.
Will you take notice
Yeah. Sign me up.
Well, soak in that national champ.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
As a success.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks.
We'll see you.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Yeah, I'll see you later.
We're almost done talking.
Okay. Good job. You're doing a great job. Bye. Thank you.
So we just got to chat with the legend and the queen herself, Grayson Murphy. Yeah, she put on a master class for us, and it was really, really awesome to see.
Chair's a little wet over here.
Yeah, the chairs are getting a bit sweaty. Come hang out with us.
What is going on, Tabor? How are you doing? How's your day been?
It's been great. I've gotten to see so much behind the scenes of trail running that
It's-
I never knew existed.
It's a whole new world back here on this side of things. I always make the joke that broadcasting and race directing and all of that is where running ambition goes to die, because you're involved in this whole new space. So and we've got great creatives here. We've got amazing people that are really putting on some amazing community events. Speaking of which, we're going to speak with Julian Carr, the race director, here in a bit. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'm glad you got to step in today and enjoy it a little bit.
Thanks for having us. That was a
Yeah,
great
of
time.
course.
And now we have a whole new appreciation for what goes into a live stream.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we'll plug everyone to always watch it, because now we know the behind the scenes.
The stress, the chaos.
Chaos.
Thank you, Tabor. So I will be joined here shortly with Julian Carr, race director of the Cirque Series races out here. The man, the myth, the legend himself. Come and have a seat, my man. Look at us go. I am with the one, the only, the legend himself, Julian Carr. How's it going, my dude?
So good, man. So good to be hanging out here today with you.
Yeah, it's how was the race? First and foremost, for those who are at home who don't know, Julian runs every single one of his own races, just crushes them, gets out there with the people. He doesn't do something, he doesn't build something he's not willing to do himself. That's one thing I admire about you so much. How was it out there today?
I always say it's a look and lock. I'm sampling the product, but I'm also, making sure the course marking is good, the aid stations are good, the MTs where they're supposed to be. It's a look and lock,
I love it.
I love it, man. I'm still trying to push it. I'm still just a big fan of the format. So I'm still my first customer of these races, you know what I mean?
I absolutely love it. If you build it for what you want it, obviously others will show. And it shows here when you have a 500-person cap that gets hit every single race. I mean, talk to me about I was here for your very first, the inaugural race. And it was such an awesome event. And literally from day one, it has always been the same vibe, the same just great energy. Talk to us and walk us through that process of did you envision this? How did this happen?
Yeah.
How did Cirque happen?
You know what? Seeing the full scale of where we're at today, it's kind of like what the vision's always been. So it's been cool that since our first year that we met in 2015, you helped me do the first course preview video up Snowbird, actually.
Yes, I love this course.
And, I just love the short distance max spurt. I just want to go to the top of the peak and come back down and high-five everyone. And so that's just kind of the spirit of our races. And it's just so fun now to see all walks of life, right? Obviously, I love the elites. I love to have the prize money. I love having the fastest people out here. That's part of the fun. But I want to make sure that, beginner types feel comfortable and just make it a very fun, full spectrum, So as you walk around, it's not just quote-unquote runner types. It's skiers, rock climbers, kayaker people. It's just like a big outdoor crowd. So I think it's pretty unique to Cirque Series, which I really love to see. It's just average age 29, and I've seen lots of people get married and meet during the Cirque Series. So
it's amazing.
It's a fun hangout. The opera scene is important because I got a ski background.
Exactly. No, you know exactly how to do it. And if for those of you who can't see, behind us is we've got beautiful views. and we've got this amazing course that you got to see today. But what you can't see is the amazing vibes over here at the finish line. So many great sponsors help put this on. They see the vision, they support it. Obviously, you have this amazing vision here of bringing not only elites, but also making this accessible to everyone. And that's something I really wanted to touch on, is that really you do see all types of athletes here on these courses, and people from it's their first trail race to it's, they're in there. We had a 70-year-old finish today. I mean, you get everything here, and that's what makes these under 10-mile max vert courses like really well put together events like accessible to everyone. So as someone who loves the community and loves to see it, I first thank you for creating this and being the visionary that really started something that has not been in our scene previous to this. We were always focused on the 100 miles and like ultras, but my scene. But then, you turned a lot of people onto this short, steep, just absolute shred and, pushing peaks nonstop.
It's cool to see people, their entry-level event is a Cirque Series, and I've seen a lot, just start with us doing a few races each year. They get into it, and now I see them doing speed goats and hard rocks and hills and all that, and
they kept going.
So that's really fun to see too. The people started here, and they're like, we've never gotten into this whole thing if it wasn't something approachable like this. Like, we've never even gotten to the level, and it's like what we do now. So it's so fun to hear people's lifestyle choices can come from such a cool event.
You're absolutely a gateway trail race is what you are in my mind. Like, you blend all sections of life kind of meet here. You've got road runners, track athletes, you've got ultra marathoners, you got everything kind of meets here in the middle, and also a lot of beginnings happen here, and you've made it accessible to everyone. You've had some great partners over the years. One thing I do want to talk about is as we're getting close to the awards ceremony, you have this cut into 3 different divisions. Can you tell us a little bit about your vision, why you have pro, elite, and the average Joe who's out there just shredding?
Yeah. So we do sport, expo, pro, and I was always just that. I was like, let's definitely highlight and make the fastest people feel seen and celebrated. And then let's also make a category and provide a podium for the sport category, or for the expert category, so that the people that are just getting into it also have a time to shine and have that podium experience. Because let's face it, we're not going to ever beat Christian or Grayson.
Right.
So, and I can tell too that the dynamic of those high-level pros, there used to be events where they're kind of around their peers mostly, and they're longer events. So the hangout scene isn't quite as optimal as Cirque Series, just because it's a longer format, so you don't quite have that. And I can tell the pros it's cool for them, because all of a sudden people are fanning out on them.
Right.
They're around fans now. So there's all these sport and expert people that are hanging out with some of the best trail runners on the planet. And so for an event that makes sense for grandson, dad, grandpa, and Grayson and Christian all lining up in the start gate together, somehow it all works. I can tell it's special for the pros, especially for the beginner types, just to all be in that dynamic together.
Yeah, it's about community, really. At the end of the day, it is about the community, and you've created a community here with Cirque Series. The last question I have for, and I think more not a question, but more I want people to know about this. There is another award out there, the Lexi Award.
Yeah.
I want to know about that, man.
So,
The people want to know about that.
okay, so actually you asked earlier how the Cirque Series started. And it all started because in the summertime, I'd always mountain bike or ski. I go to South America. I went 7 years in a row to Chile. And I have a professional skiing background, so that's just where my head was at. And I was mountain biking, and I got this great dog. Her name's Lexi. This was 12 years ago. And I took her on a few mountain bike rides, 15-mile rides. And when I was done, I was like, man, if I keep doing this, she's going to be pretty beat up, So at the time I lived at the trailhead of Mount Olympus, and I started hiking Mount Olympus like crazy, and my forest firefighter buddies were like, hey, just so you know the stream that's almost halfway up Olympus? If you can't get to that stream in under 30 minutes, you can't be on the crew. And so I was like, I've been touring all the time, boot packing all the time on my skis, and I don't know, it's gonna be easy. So next time I go out, I just power walk, hike it as fast as I can. 31 minutes. I was so pissed. And it got me so addicted to, taking down my time by 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and all of a sudden in the 29s, and all of a sudden in the 28s. And I'm hiking with Lexi every day. We're doing Olympus to the stream like 5 days a week. I'm just down in love with trail running.
Yeah.
And I tried to invite friends, and I don't really run. Being on Mount Olympus, it's straight up and straight down. And so I was like, well, it's not really running. It's like torture redline hiking, and then really gnarly agility like running on the way down. Tons of like coordination and stuff and strength. And they're like, I don't know. But I was like, this is so cool. So anyway, I got so into it over the course of a year. I got my time from about 31 minutes down to 22:51.
Nice.
I was never in better shape in my whole life. And at the time, I thought I might have been fast. So I Googled trail run races that were like going up Mount Olympus. Something like 6 or 7 miles of like 3,000 or 4,000 feet. And to my, just couldn't believe it, nothing.
Right.
Except for the Mount Marathon in
Alaska, yep.
Because they have, their 3,000 were in 3 miles. And I was like, well, they got it figured out. And like, nothing? I thought I'd find some in Utah. There's nothing nowhere.
With these amazing views out here, heck yeah.
Like,
Great trails, great mountains.
Series, And that was a fleeting thought in the back of my head. Anyway, even longer story short, I decided to create our unofficial MVP, the whole race, kind of the Spirit of the Race Awards, the Lexi Award. So I kind of tell everyone very quickly what Lexi was, what she meant to me, how she got me into trail running, and if it wasn't for her, Cirque Series would never happen. And then I'll bring someone up for, like I said, somebody who's kind of aligns with the spirit of the race. But shout out to Lex. She passed last year. She had 11 years, and she'll always be honored with the races. So it's awesome.
I love it, man. That's one of my favorite things about this is that you showcase everybody, and then you do give that Spirit of the Race Award with the Lexi Award, and it means a lot to whomever has one. I have mine up there, up on my mantle. It's probably one of my most prized possessions, awards I've ever received. So, it was meaningful then, and it's still meaningful to everyone who gets them now. And we're still seeing these runners come in right now, like pushing that 4-hour mark. Our winners came in at hour 20, and we've still got runners just bringing it in right now. But I mean, that tells you that they've been all sitting at that finish line, hanging out, having a good time, eating some Kodiak cakes, trying on some On shoes, like checking out all the gear, like how to put on an event. This event is meaningful not only to the Wasatch, but we have branched out beyond the Wasatch over the years. We've got Alyeska, we've got A Basin. There were some forays into Europe for a moment there. Where is Cirque Series sitting now? What are the next couple of events that people can, if they're interested in, they want to sign up for, they can go look at?
We're 2 events into our season. We have 6 races this year. We're going to Alyeska in a couple of weeks. The race is incredible. There's a portion of that course of 3/4 of a mile, and you go up 2,000 feet. So
that is gnarly. Gnarly.
Technical. It's rowdy. And then we head to Alta, and then we go to Targi, and then we go to A Basin, close out the season. So those are the 4 seasons left, 4 races left in the season, and Alta's sold out, and the rest are getting pretty close. It's pretty crazy each year. We keep selling out a little quicker, so it's been fun to see that. It helps on the production side just to have expenses we can button down instead of just wait till the last second.
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
It's been a fun season, so everyone watching, if you want to come out and try the race, like we've been talking about, there's so many people that are hesitant because they're not sure if they can, hang, and then they do a race and they'll see them at every race out there because it's all about celebrating all ages, all abilities.
And as you can see, there are so many athletes who make it across this finish line. Close to all 500 athletes make it every single time. And so if you're on that fence, if you don't know whether you can do it or not, come give it a shot. At the very worst, you're going to get a tram ride down and you're going to have a great party. So I'm just saying, and it gives you something to shoot for the next one. So, but these are accessible to everybody. These are great races. They're beautiful, amazing courses. Julian, thank you so much for inviting us here and giving us the opportunity to showcase it. We still having so many people.
That's my 7-year-old.
A proper 7-year-old little shredder. Yes.
That's got some style points right there.
All right. Now, if you were on the fence, I hope that just knocked you off into the
sign up page there at Cirque Series, because that's what this is all about. Celebrating everyone. Yeah, you go get it, buddy. Thank you so much for chatting with me. What a race. Thank you. Oh, high fives abound. Absolutely amazing here at the Cirque Series. That was Julian Carr, the race director, the creator, the visionary who put this all together, who made this happen back in 2015. I was there at the inaugural race here at Snowbird, and it was just absolutely an amazing time. And it's still the same great vibes. I always remember it. Just a little bit, a few more people here every time. I'm going to be joined with Tabor over here. Give him a little wipe down. Yeah, no, it's been great, though. I mean, what's better than coming out on a Saturday morning? It's not even early start time. It's like the perfect start time. Yeah, it's a 10 o'clock start time. You just get to, like, hang out, like, have breakfast.
You can actually enjoy your coffee.
Yeah, not this, like, quick, like, rush, like, crush it and then rush out of there. Yeah, no, you get a great late morning start. It's a couple hours of racing. Get a good solid workout in. Beautiful views. I mean, nothing really beats in my opinion, nothing quite beats the Salt Lake Mountains, the Wasatch. I'm slightly biased.
But they are stunning.
They are quite amazing. I don't know of a lot of other places where you can get out and have 3 separate races in the same city in 3 different canyons where you're getting multiple thousands of feet of vert in such a beautiful, amazing, well-maintained place.
I am not going to argue with you on that one. I think you'd have to go to Europe to find that.
You'd have to go to Europe. So I will say this is obviously it's been well enough put together to be one of our USATF National Championship races. Obviously, Grayson and Christian just crushing it today.
How fast they ran that course and the master class they put on for us. You just have to sit back and be like, wow, that is the correct way to do that.
Whatever they did is the way that I should be doing these things. Also probably involves a lot more training than I do to make that happen. But like
you said, this is where the training dreams go to die.
Yeah, exactly. Broadcasting is now the priority. But this is just such a great course, great race, and honestly, Grayson and Christian, no strangers to the area, both locals. And so they know these mountains. Grayson's been out here a number of times. Christian's been out here. This is where he kind of made his mark on the sport and wanted to get into trail running was through this. So what an amazing, like...
When Utah showed up, you look at, like, the field, especially for the men, and you just see Utah.
Absolutely.
Can't sleep on Utah anymore.
Utah is one of those up-and-coming trail and just absolute shredder states. I mean, we got, a couple Olympians, marathoners now out of BYU. We've got amazing athletes in the trail and ultra running scene. We've got the sub-ultra scene here.
It's incredible.
It's...
You think of, everyone thinks of running and they think Boulder, Flagstaff, but now I think people can kind of say Salt Lake.
Boulder and Flag used to get all the love, and we used to just love it here in Salt Lake. Like, yeah, just keep going there. Don't worry about it. Like, we don't come here. This is terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. And then too many crushers came out, and these race series started happening, and now it's like, we can't. Like, we can't hide it anymore. The Wasatch is just too amazing. It's just too awesome. So, yeah, no. Yeah, and I think like both Christian and Grayson raced really well today. They aren't just like great athletes who were able to push harder than everyone else. They actually raced really well. They put themselves in a position to take advantage of their strengths and to really work well with what the course has to offer, which this course is shockingly runnable.
Yeah, but also there's some technical spots in it. Like coming off of Baldy, we were talking to MK, and how long has she been in trail running? And she was like, I was walking, it was technical.
There are quite a few, and if I remember from the years ago that I ran this race, coming off of Baldy, you just kind of have this, like, the year I did it, there was just kind of some loose markers that went down the mountain. It's like, you'll make your way down. And you just full send it. And it's just like, all right, this is what's going to happen. But
I think that Christian, Grayson, and all the other great, amazing athletes out there. It was a warm day. It was a hot day. I saw a lot of pre-race icing.
I also saw mid-race grabbing snow, holding it, put it in the sports bra.
Absolutely.
Cam Smith said he got his shirt wet. I was like, do what you gotta do.
There's a few stream crossings that you get. We have obviously a beautiful stream back behind us. There's a few stream crossings out on the course that you get to, enjoy. Take advantage of. Really helps out. I know that Christian suffered a little bit out there. He's missing one of his heels.
You said his foot was like done for.
Yeah, I was able to. I caught him with the camera at the finish line, and I wish you guys would have pulled it in, but I'm sure there's reasons why we didn't. But yeah, when he took it, he immediately finished, sat down, kicked his shoes off, looked at his feet for a second, pulled his socks off, and when he pulled his sock off, his entire heel flopped open. Like, he was running so hard, and it was so hot, he just blistered, like that whole heel was a blister.
Oh yeah, on that downhill, I can only imagine.
So much just friction and just...
So steep.
And like what you can't see, and what we didn't get to see because our drones were down because of the live flight up there, but there's a really super long section you get to just blitz down, and you're just running down it full speed, full send, and then you hit the edge of a single track trail, and you've got to do these like a dozen quick little 5-foot turns all the way down. Oh, it's so sketchy and so scary, but I can tell you that is likely where that heel just completely ripped off at that point.
I believe it. We were talking to him and he said, yeah, I think maybe I'm not going to do my 8-mile shakeout after this.
Yeah, he's done.
I'm doing the bike instead. And I was like, yeah, that might be a good idea.
Yeah, I think he needs to go get that heel tanned a little bit and get that skin calloused up. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty rough. The same thing happens to my dog's pads, and we gotta put some balm on there. I got some runner's paw pad cream. I can probably get him. But yeah, and Grayson, I love her story of not having really run recently.
No, her autoimmune, I can only imagine how challenging and frustrating it is of having good days and having bad days with your health and kind of never knowing what those days are gonna be. And she said, she wasn't even sure she was going to be able to show up today.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have that question mark, that you're willing to be vulnerable enough to put yourself on the start line and be like, yeah, I'm 2-time world champion, I'm 4-time national champion, and I don't know if I'm going to have a good day today. And instead of hiding, she was like, I love Utah and I want to show up for my home state.
For her home state, for sure. That was one of the things I messaged her because I was like, hey, are you racing? Are you not racing? What's going on there? Because we'd love to have you on the broadcast if not. And she was like, it's in my backyard. How can I not? She's like, she told me, she was kind of on the fence, and she told me why. And I was like, well, take your time and decide. Don't worry about us. But she was just so dedicated to it's the U.S. champs and it's in my backyard. I can't not do it. So for her to show up today and show up in a big way.
Wins by 4 minutes. Pretty much led wire to wire, and she said she didn't feel great, but oh no, she raced great.
If that's her not feeling great, I am scared for when she's feeling great.
That's what I told her. She's like, I'm not even that fit right now, and I'm like, oh dear.
Yeah, I know. Put everyone on watch with that comment. That question mark turned into an exclamation point with a very decisive win. Very strong women's field out there as well. It wasn't like she just signed up against no one. She raced a very competitive field and had a 4-minute win. Saw her immediately afterwards throwing up. She went right for the garbage cans, which is something that I do, but it's mostly because I'm out of shape, not because I've raced that hard. There's a very big difference. But yeah, just to see her just all guts going for the glory. Brave. I think it takes this kind of course, this type of effort takes that. And she showed up. And she turned that question mark into an exclamation point with a great race. And we had a depth of athletes out here having great days and also not great days. Cam did not have a great day.
Yeah, and I think it's fun to hear the stories behind both the good days and the bad. You have a little of both. You have, they're going to send it. And I think someone that I want to highlight is Rachel. She gets second. She just got second at the vertical in Loon Mountain.
Yeah.
Her travel schedule going from GoPro Mountain Games to Broken Arrow to Loon Mountain to here, and to show up and get a podium, like.
That's amazing. That's absolutely awesome. And speaking of that, to that point of some days go well, some days don't. I want to hear, you're a coach, you're a professional athlete. I want to hear from you. How do you take that in, risking these not great days, or how do you deal with having not great days out on a course?
Well, you and I always tell ourselves, after a not great day, we're allowed to take like 24 hours to be like, we can be pissed, we can be sad, we can sulk for a while, but then after 24 hours, you move on. You think, okay, what were the good things and what were the bad things? And with our athletes, we have to do the same thing. Like, because there's always something to learn from not a great day. Like, okay, was it my nutrition? Was it my mental headspace? Like, was it the weather conditions? And then it's taking those lessons, and so when you see them again, it's not foreign. It's like, oh, well, I saw those once, and now I'm going to be able to overcome them because I did that in a previous race.
Exactly.
But I think you can also be upset. Like, I think so
Yeah.
many people think, oh, like, it's just running, but it also is a passion, and it means a lot. And I think it's okay to feel emotional about a bad performance.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you said it exactly right, that this is emotional and this is something we care about. We are passionate about it. And as a former competitive athlete myself, like, I know what goes into this, and it's not just the race day. It's the hours of training that lead up to it. It's the months of blocks that you're putting in, that you've like really set your whole goal on. In 3 months, I want to do this, and I want to do it well. I want to show up to my best ability. And
you sacrifice things. It might be going out with friends, or it might be saying no to other obligations because you're like, I want to show up on this day. So then when it doesn't go perfect, you look back and you're like, maybe I should have just done this.
exactly, it's like we determine the value of everything we sacrifice by our success. When in reality, I think it's more along the lines of, as you said, it's a learning experience. And I have always looked at my racing career, and I tell all of my athletes that I coach, these are all just points on a plot graph, right? Like, they're just a scatter graph of, it's up here, it's down here. What I care about is the median. Are we improving over time? Like, and that's what really matters, and that's the long-term longevity mindset that you have. And I think that that's proven well for Grayson. You know, she's taken that long-term approach and has said, you know what, like, I'm going to have great days, I'm going to have not great days. I'm going to still test myself, and I'm going to see where I'm at, to see where I need to go from here. What lessons do I need to learn? Where's my fitness? And just look at it as it's all in a continuum of your career. It's not one defining performance.
And I don't think one season either defines what's going to make you successful or not. I think you see people come in and out of sports so much, and they have great races, and they disappear for years, and they come back, and it's maybe because they, like, found the joy of it again.
Right.
And, like, that's another thing. We always bring ourselves and our athletes back to, it's all about the joy. Like,
Yeah.
we're doing it because we love it. It's just trail running.
You can enjoy the competition. You can enjoy pushing yourself. But, like, if you're not enjoying it,
Then why are you doing it?
yeah, this is a lot of suffering if you're not enjoying it. So I was absolutely thrilled to see Grayson come back and have her day out here at another U.S. National Championship.
She's going to be like Joe Gray, who's like, yeah, I have 16.
Yeah, just keep racking up those national champs in every way she can. And she's absolutely capable of it. I'd love to see her back in her, I guess, her peak fitness. And she says she's not fit, but I would just love to see her back on that trajectory of training consistently and executing the way she wants to. She's such, not only an amazing athlete, but she is one of my favorite people in the entire world, in the entire space. Like, love her to death.
And I think anyone who meets her feels the same way.
Yeah.
Like, even though she's gone through adversity, she has such a good outlook on it. She's like, yeah, it sucks, but, like, I'm going to keep trying. And I was like, yeah.
I also have to say she's a Ute. Go Ute. Go Utah. So I'm a little biased towards that as well.
See, we had a little rivalry because we ran cross country and track together. was a CU buff, so Pac-12.
Oh, rest in peace, Pac-12. But still got some finishers coming in here, just really leaving it all out on the course there. Love to see it.
It's fun to see that you can do anything from the elite to the beginners today.
Yes.
And like everyone crosses, and you can look at the sense of accomplishment on their face. It's like, I did that.
Yeah, and for a lot of these athletes, this is like the pinnacle of what they're like trying to achieve. They're like, I saw some friends do this. I want to do this. This looks epic. This looks beautiful. Like, they are 100% like training from the time they came out and watched this for a whole year to come out and do this. And like,
And I hope people see that on the live stream this year. Of like, they get motivated, like, I'm going to put that one up my calendar.
heck yeah, absolutely. Not only is this course just beautiful and amazing, and it's a good solid workout. You know, it's a solid race. For those who want competition, it's here. For those who want views, it's here. For those who want a great course, it's here. For those who want, it's here in spades. For those who want an amazing finish line with so many Kodiak pancakes and amazing, amazing products out here, it's here. It's absolutely here at the Cirque Series. Yeah, I said let's get a giant party next year. All of us come on out. Let's make sure we tape our heels up real well. Yes, we're gonna have to hand that off so that maybe we can get Jasmine to actually work instead of. We can toss the baton. Yes. And it's so hard to like come to these races and not get excited to want to do it. Like, tell me you're not a little bit like, I kind of want to come out. Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to be here and not pick up on the vibes, which is like, again, we keep coming back to it. Cirque Series has vibes, and there's just not a lot of races like this.
No, I feel like a lot of times you go and you do your race and you finish and you're like, okay, let's get in the car and drive home. And you know, it's like, no, please stay. And you're like, oh yeah, I want to stay. This is like pretty cool. This is fun.
We got a DJ. We've got food, amazing food here. We got views. It's nice and cool up here. And for those who don't know, the Salt Lake Valley is on fire right now. Not literally, but it is like over 100 degrees. And so being up here in the low 90s, it's so much better. We've got a nice giant stream behind us, Salt Lake's water source. We're getting this nice cool air. It's fantastic. Yeah. Bring a few bubbly waters, enjoy yourself. There's some NA. There's some NA going on out there. Yeah, your beverage of choice. Enjoy it. Come in, pop in for the views. Yeah, I mean, that would almost double the mileage that you run for the race, but I love it. Let's do it. Yeah, so we do have the awards ceremony coming up soon. So for those who are watching at 2:30 here in a couple minutes, we are going to start the awards ceremony. We have a pro, expert, and elite fields. So we have the professional athletes. We have the absolute shredders who are trying to make a name in the sport, and then we have everyone else who is coming out there and testing themselves. And so Julian did a great job at wanting to make sure everyone had their spot on the podium and everyone was recognized, and that it was really kind of cut into those divisions. Yeah. It's really important to him. It also continues to further the vibe here, and he's offering cash prizes and awards for everyone. So every category, it's not just the elites aren't getting stuff, it's everyone. So stay with us. We're going to cut over to the award ceremony here shortly when we go live with it. So there it is, Cirque Series. Thank you on and backcountry for supporting the Cirque Series and supporting this live stream. You can see all the amazing partnerships on there. They made this race and this live stream possible. So thank you to all of those names you see up there. For those of you who are watching, go give them some love. Go give them a shout out. Buy some of their gear. I do have a Yeti, and I will say it's one of the best things I've ever put money into.
Yeah, I have one of their bottles. The capacity of which it can hold the temperature is incredible. I can leave it for like 12 hours.
I love that.
I'll come back and I'm like, that is still so cold and delicious.
Absolutely.
And their totes. Their totes also are...
Totes are pretty solid.
They look nice, too.
I've got one that has traveled with me for 5 years, and I absolutely love it. It still works amazingly well. So thank you, Yeti. Lecky, I've got those poles. I think everyone's got those poles. I love those poles. Anyone who at Lecky who's looking for to put some poles on some athletes, I've got one here.
And I would love some poles. We'll just have to figure out how to use them because, you know, Americans.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, very Euro. Very Euro.
But I am a background in North skiing, so maybe.
So you know how to use them. There you go. I dig it. I dig it.
have the biceps to go with them, too.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, that was the first thing I learned when working with poles for the first time. Was I was like, wow, this is very upper body intensive. I'm not just a runner. Yeah, there's an extra 5 BPM in using poles. This is insane.
Barley wheat's really cool, though. They're out of Colorado, so shout out Colorado company. They're out of Hayden, which is smaller than the town that I grew up in, which
Wow.
is only 1,500 people.
Wow.
It's a small company making it big. They also just were at gravel race that my dad put on and sponsored that one. So
Amazing.
They're getting into the market.
I love it. I love that they're out supporting it. So if you see a brand on there that you're interested in, go check them all out. You can always go to the Cirque Series website as well, cirqueseries.com, and check out those partners. Give them a little bit of love. You know, I know it sounds weird to always be plugging sponsors, but realistically, they're putting a lot of money, financial investment into these races and into things like this and activation. So without them, these races quite literally could not happen. So exactly. We talk about how much we love this sport and how much we love doing these things. And realistically, they are providing the financial backbone to allow it to happen and to allow all these amazing things to happen in our sport in such great ways. So please go give them some love. You know, even if it's just go hop on Cirque Series social medias and tag a few of them, you know. We appreciate it. Oh, yeah.
There's no downstep photos here.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
They're great with the photography out here. That's one thing Julian has always done well is he loves to support just kind of the giving everybody, all the athletes, their race photos and like providing that for them, and you don't have to go buy them. Yes, well, it helps with marketing, but also like these athletes deserve like to be able to celebrate their day and memorialize it and not have to go pay the race entry fee and then also pay $25 or $50 for a photo.
Do I really like that photo?
Like, I love it, but like, yeah, I don't I don't $50 want this.
Can they edit those out if I pay an extra little bit? I did see, I was pretty jealous that I saw the Red Bull ladies with the backpacks of Red Bull, and they were making their rounds that they weren't coming close enough.
They didn't quite come over here. We should have got some on the table here. We got the world's smallest trail shoes, women's 5.5. I think Rosie could fit in those maybe. But yeah, huge thanks to On Cloud has been amazing with sponsoring the whole series and putting the financial backbone to allow the broadcast to happen this time. So we have a huge gratitude to them, really doing some great things in not only the running market, but in trail running specifically, making some great shoes there. Yeah, the trail team getting some photos.
Andy Wacker, Andy Cornish, I forget the other two names because my memory is quite terrible.
We just interviewed.
Eli has the names.
I want to call him Sid. I'm gonna destroy it.
Okay, but like,
Throw it in the comments if.
you know better than us.
Yeah, you guys have access to the Googles.
And I, not good with the unique names. Even though mine is. Maybe that's my issue. But it's cool that what Andy's creating there, right? Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
him bringing athletes out. Oh,
Here we go. We got the awards ceremony. We're going to turn it over to them. Keep an eye on that, and let's celebrate everybody's fantastic days.
You there? You there? Brutal one out there today. I told you about the heat. It was going to suck life out of you. But look at the life that sits around us right now. Just give yourself a little jazz snap. Don't overexert yourself right now. Everyone right now, really nice job today. Really nice. Tough one. 8.7, 36.10. I mean, doesn't get much bigger than that unless you're in Alaska. But in Alaska, it's rare that we get 90-degree days, right? We do it in like 66-degree weather, different asset. either way, today was kind of a special day when it comes down to the idea of the USATF, so United States of America Track and Field, in the house today. And sort of the fun of that is that trail running has been discussed to be inducted into the Olympics as soon as 2028. That's kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. And so with that, again, reminding you, and I've said this 38 times today, this is all conversation at the moment. Dotted lines have not been signed. But the idea is this, is that the USATF and the Cirque Series will join up and be the farm league that feeds the Olympics. We will be that race. So for trail running, it's quite possible that next year you come back here and you see even more skinny people trying to get up that mountain as fast as possible. So as it goes, really impressed with how it ended up today. By far, we chose one of the most brutal races to do this in. And, you know, as the remix goes, kind of fun being up here in the Tram Plaza, and we'll see how that plays out for future years. So let's get going. Let's talk about an award that you're only going to find at Cirque Series, not the Olympics, not at Chuck E. Cheese. You're only going to find it here at Cirque Series. And it's for the runner that woke up this morning that goes, dude, I'm not winning. I'm just here to have a good time. I just want to be out there. I want to get my health on. I want to get out, do the life. But you might win something today because we like to award what is known as the middle of the pack. Literally nobody has any idea who's going to win that until it happens right now. I'm looking for a man known as Sean Burton. Are you in the house right now, Mr. Burton? Sean Burton, where are you at? Sean, if you're not here, you are so losing this. Sean, you're done. How about Jason Olson? Jason Olson, are you here? You're right next to Sean. No dice, Jason? How about Sam Faz? Sam Faz, right there. Sam! Of the pack. Got that nomadic bag, middle of the pack, free Red Bull, and a lot of good vibes. Nice, brother. All right, we keep it going. We keep it going right here. Now, we are going to give away a Grom Award. And until about 30 minutes ago, we had a person picked. And we were pretty much sure there was nobody else out on course until this little tiny human came through. So at first, I want to just give a shout out to Abby Thornton, who at one moment, at the age of 17, was our youngest runner to finish today. Well done, Abby. Well done indeed. There were other 17s as well. She was, of all the 17s, she was absolutely the youngest, we found out. But she's been beat by somebody 10 years younger than her. At 7 years old, the youngest person today to finish, not by time, but by age, is Emerson Langford, a local out of Salt Lake. Emerson, where are you at, brother? Is this Emerson right here? Yeah, the little boy. Come on, bro. Get up here, dog. Yeah, up here, up top, up top. 7 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, that's awesome, dude. Way to go, brother. That right there is Emerson Langford. Well done, my friend. Well done indeed. There you go. There's a little, not like you'll use them ever because you'll always be wearing your glasses. Way to do it, brother. All right, hop down if you can, or if your legs are still there. There you go, my man. All right. Now, just like Emerson, we like to award the wisest human being out here. We call them the wisest because oldest would just be rude, and wisest means that they're still of age to know that this is pretty badass out here. Shares a number with Emerson. There's a 7 in his age, followed by a 4. 74 years young. Let's hear it for Doug McDonald, who has been up here before. Doug, where are you at, bro? There you are. Here we go. Doug, get on up here. Doug, you were on the podium at Brighton, right? That's right. That's 2 in a row for Doug. That's pretty sweet right there. Not bad at all. Okay. Oh, I'm going to need that. Okay. Sport. How many first timers out there today? Let's give them a round of applause. You guys took on a challenge. And, you know, the funny thing is, too, we talk about this. You know, you could have chose A Basin. You could have chose Brighton. You chose the hardest race in the lower 48 to do. So congratulations to our rookies one more time. Talk about the ladies in that category. Looks like this. Third place, Sport Division. Chip time, 2 hours, 7 minutes, 55 seconds. She is Danielle Hume. Let's go, Danielle. Come on up. Where are you at, Miss Hume? Danielle, there she is right here, coming on through. Third place. Nicely done, Danielle. As we continue here into second place with a chip time, 2:04:17 out of Rockland, Maine, I believe. Well, no, wow. Did you misspell your, what's M-E? Maine. Okay, yeah, I thought so, but that looks messed. When did they remove the A? Okay. Naomi Halshauer. Let's get, there she is, Naomi right there with a chip time of 2:04:17. Well done indeed. I don't know why that caught me off guard so well, so congratulations. Welcome to the high altitude. All right, ladies in the sports division, top honors today is going to take it by about a most of 1 minute and 10 seconds. The youngest of the group right here, she's a local out of Draper, Utah. She is Nicole Griffiths. Let's go, Nicole. Come on up. So get your cameras hot, get your Instagram ready. You're gonna at Cirque Series, you're gonna hashtag #PushPeaks, and you're gonna give a round of applause to Nicole Griffiths, Naomi Halshauer, and Danielle Hume. Well done, ladies, well done indeed. Excellent work. Definitely a bragging point at work. What'd you do this weekend? Oh, I just ran Snowbird, no big deal. What'd you do? Went to Chuck E. Cheese. Sport Division men, let's go. Chip time, third place, 1 hour, 47 minutes, 7 seconds. Local out of Salt Lake. Let's get Connor Dune up here. Connor Dune, let's go, brother. Yeah, Connor in the house. Well done, sir. Okay, besting Connor by about, it looks like about 45 seconds. Salt Lake City, Utah, local. Second place belongs to Nicholas Sandaz. Nicholas Sandaz, where you at, my man? There we go. Yeah, boys. And in sport, a commanding time. Wow. This is really impressive in sport. And like I say, in some occurrences that when people join the Cirque Series, they don't know yet, right? Like as a rookie, they're like, I don't know if I'm sport or expert. I know I'm not pro, but I just got to figure it out, right? Listen to this chip time of this sport. 1:38:42, 23 years young. Let's get our hands together right now for Remy Sandaz. Yeah, boys. That's your son. This is great. Separated by about 27 years right here. These gentlemen are a running family. Get your cameras hot. Get those at Cirque Series and #PushPeaks hashtags. Let's go for the gentlemen. All right, we go. We are going to move on to the expert division. Let's go. Yeah, DJ, killing it. All right, expert division. Let's talk about the ladies who entered themselves in this discipline. Chip time, 1 hour, 54 minutes, 36 seconds. A Salt Lake City local. She is Isabel Boetcher. Isabel, are you out there? Isabel Boetcher. Where you at, Isabel? Sometimes with locals, they get like this. They're like, I'm going home, dude. All right, that's fine. Who should we give it to? Anybody got a dog? No, oh, that's right, wrong canyon. Okay, we'll figure out how to get a tour. Second place, chip time, 1:53:24 is the time. From Orem, Utah. Let's hear it for Summer Allen. Summer Allen, where are you at? Summer is around here somewhere. There we go. Summer, that belongs to you. 153 out of Summer today. Not bad at all. There you go. Thank you. All right, here we go. Let's talk about top honors here for the ladies and expert. And again, this is a chip time right here that should make you go, wow, sick. 1 hour, 46 minutes, 28 seconds. Out of Morgan, Utah, let's bring the Northerner down here to the top. Oakley Olson. Let's go, Oakley. Cheers. On the way to the top. Get those cameras fired up for these ladies right now. At Cirque Series, #PushPeaks. And that is right there, Summer Allen and Oakley Olson on the podium. Cheers, ladies. Well done. Excellent work. How's the cat? All right, ladies, we're going to switch it up. Get the gentlemen up here. Well done indeed. Got to get to that mom business. Okay. Gentlemen, expert division. Times are, this is the one where definitely that sort of story I say, like, I don't know if I should be in pro or expert or sport or whatever. This is definitely these times right here. Some of these dudes are going to pro next year. Check it. Chip time, third place, expert male. 1:33:04 is third place. Comes from Connecticut. Put your hands together for James Boating. James Boating, let's go. That's always huge, man. Coming from those low areas, getting up here to about 8,100 feet, going to the top 10. Nicely done, brother. James Boating. All right, here we go. Second place. And you guys were on each other's heels by about a minute here. And it is 1:31:34 is the second place chip time. Pardon me, 1:31:30. Let me correct that. Out of Provo, Utah. Let's get Scott Klingensmith up here. Scott, where are you at? There he is, right there. Excellent work, my friend. Scott in the house, 1:31:30. Yeah, boys, well done. Now let's talk about top honors here. This is that time that I was talking about. It's going to get a little strange. All of a sudden, you're like, why are you in the expert? And then the next thing is because you're not going to do that anymore. Because your clock time was 1 hour, 22 minutes, 40 seconds out of Boulder, Colorado. Bring him home. David Kennedy. Let's go. Right here. James Boating in third, Scott Klingensmith in second, and David Kennedy in top honors here today, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together and fire those cameras up. All right. Now, in a twist. Yes. Thank you. All right, and a twist of normally how we do things, we are going to add in a category that if it wasn't for the USATF, we wouldn't be reading this. So, the Collegiate National Championship. Thank you. Okay, we're going to talk about the ladies and the gentlemen, and in this nature, we are going to read the top five. We're awarding the top three. Is that correct? Okay, top five. Here we go. I guess we'll bring you up. All right, ladies, looks like this. Collegiate Mountain Running Championships right here at Snowbird. Clock time. Chip time. Let's do that. 2:15:55. Fifth place, Cassandra Allenbach. Cassandra Allenbach. Nicely done. Just hang out up here. Come on up. Fourth place. All right. Fourth place with a chip time of 2 hours, 8 minutes, 4 seconds out of Sandy, Utah, Julia Paulson. Let's go, Julia. Where are you at, Julia? She headed down the hill already? All right, fair enough, Julia. All right, third place right now, ladies. Collegiate Mountain Running Championships here at Snowbird. Chip time, 2 hours, 4 minutes, 6 seconds out of Princeton, Massachusetts. See, there's the MA. I get it now. Colleen Sands. Where you at? There we go. Come on home. Well done. That is third place. Third place. All right, now 2 more to go. Second place, Collegiate Mountain Running Championships ladies. 1 hour, 50 minutes, 10 seconds out of West Valley City, Utah. Let's get Janelle Zick up here right now. Janelle Zick right here. Let's go. Sharing is caring, I guess. That's how we're doing this one. Yeah, you can do like 1 foot on 1, 1 foot on 2. Sure. All right. Top honors today. Chip time. 1 hour, 46 minutes, 28 seconds. Top lady in the Collegiate Mountain Running Championships here at Snowbird. Let's put our hands together for Oakley Olsen. There she is again. Let's go. Get used to this. It's going to happen a few more times, I think. Fire up those cameras again at Cirque Series #push peeps. All right, ladies, congratulations. We're going to move on to the gentlemen. Nicely done. Nicely done indeed. Congratulations to a tough race today. All right, here we go. Gentlemen, same idea. Collegiate Mountain Running Championships. You're going to hear some names that you've heard before, but this is how it works. So, 5th place, 131.30. Scott Clansmith, let's go, brother. You're back up here. That's right. Never going to miss that jersey again. Let's go. 4th place, Collegiate Mountain Running Championships. 1 hour, 23 minutes, 17 seconds. That's Cole Campbell. 4th place right there. Cole Campbell, where you at, my friend? Cole Campbell, you out there? I am not. There he is. There we go. Nicely done, sir. On up. I love it. 3rd place, Collegiate Mountain Running Championships today. 1 hour, 22 minutes, 38 seconds out of Boulder, Colorado. You just heard his name. David Kennedy, get right back up here, brother. Here we go. I love it. I love it. Chip times are going to get a little weirder here. 1 hour, 21 minutes, 7 seconds. 2nd place, Collegiate Mountain Running Championships. Gentlemen, averages around a 9:26 mile. Local to Provo. Let's get up Zachary Erickson up here right now. Zachary Erickson, where you at, brother? Let's go. Now, a name that you're going to hear again today. I thought his hairdo meant that he had left college by now, but I was wrong. Chip time, 1 hour, 18 minutes. I know. Who's throwing up right now? Most all of us. 17 seconds. Forum local. Is three-peating today. Today is a three-peat. This is the 3rd time he's won Snowbird on his own. College, male, whatever you call it. Let's bring up Christian Allen. Let's go, brother. Yeah, boys. Well done. His hair will make it through before his body. Nice. Get your cameras on right there. Give these gentlemen the love they deserve. All right, gents. We move on. You got it. Okay. Now, a bit different the way we do things here at Cirque Series. USATF likes to award top 10. Fair enough. Let's do that. All right, now here's the thing. I'm going to rip off 10 to 4. You guys come up here. We're going to throw candy and underwear at you, and then you're out of here. We're going to get the top of 3 up here after that. Did they not? Are we still live streaming? Did we just get cut off? Sorry. All right, let's do this. How about these? Let's start with the ladies. How about ladies first? Do it this way. In 10 up to 4, and let's just read their names. It goes like this. It goes like this. Jeanette, let's get you up here 10th place in the USATF top 10. Let's get Flannery Davis Love. Flannery, where are you? Flannery, come on up here. Is this Flannery? Yeah, there she is. Excellent. Come on up, Flannery. And I'm going to get off this podium so we can get that picture, but I want to get you all up here. I want Oakley Olson up here. Oakley, let's go. We know where you're at. You're still here. I'm looking for Andy Cornish in 7th place. Andy Cornish in 7th. Excellent. There's Andy. Awesome. I'm looking for Sydney Peterson in 6th place. Sydney right here. Excellent. Moving her way on up. 6th place. 5th place. MK Sullivan. There she is. Excellent. I'll get another picture here in just a moment. And in 4th place is Alexa Aragon. 4th place, Alexa Aragon. Where are you? I'm looking for you. And there she is. Excellent. All right, ladies. I'm going to get out of your picture here. That they will take. All right. Now, we're going to award the top 3 ladies. Again, we're probably going to hear some names that maybe you heard before. Don't know. It goes like this. This is a nice peppering of people across the United States taking down the top 3 for the USATF results today here at the Cirque Series. 3rd place out of Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. 1 hour, 40 minutes, 37 seconds. Put your hands together. 3rd place, Laurel Moyer. There we go. Excellent. Second place out of Williams, Arizona. Nothing but hot at that particular place. 1 hour, 40 minutes, 23 seconds. Put your hands together. Second place, Rachel Tomazic. Yeah, I caught it right there in a second. Yeah. My check just showed. Tomazic. So therefore, this is pretty cool. This human right here, I believe, is a returning member to this particular race. She has seen podiums throughout the Cirque Series, be it USATF or Cirque Series straight up. We have gotten used to her name. She is a straight up badass with a clock time, chip time of 1:36:17. Hands together for a Heber City local, Grayson Murphy. There you are. Fire up those cameras, ladies and gentlemen, for the USATF top 10 finishers in the female discipline. That looks awesome. There we go. Yeah, team effort right there. Go ahead. Take this moment. Go ahead. All you girls, get up there. Go ahead. Why not? All you, get up there. Why not? Have fun. One more time. 2 more ladies. Get up. You're like, dude, I'm tired of walking up things today. That looks great. That looks totally awesome. I love it. Well done, ladies. Okay, we break off. And we go to the gentleman in the same idea. All right. I'm going to call up the top 7 and the top 10, and we finish off the top 3. There's still more to come after this award. We are going to do the giveaway. Remember to have your bib on you. We got stuff to hook you up with. Gentlemen, let's get after it. USATF top 10 male results. 10th place today out of Crested Butte, Cam Smith. Let's go, Cam. Where you at, brother? Cam Smith, come on. 9th place. I got us in Colorado. Cole Campbell, where you at, my man? Come on. There he goes. Excellent. 8th place out of Boulder, Colorado. How about David Kennedy? We know that name now. David Kennedy, come on up, brother. Now in 7th place in USA top 10 male results. 7th place today is Seth Cole. Seth, my man, you were just called up here a second ago. There we go. Seth is here. All right. Now in 6th place, out of Salt Lake City, give your hands together for Anthony Williams. Anthony Williams, right there we go, brother. Come on up. In 5th place, out of Salina, California, Colorado, pardon me. That's going to be Taylor Stack. Taylor, right there we go. Taylor Stack right here. Let's go. Taylor's on his way up right now. Bling. And in 4th place, out of Liverpool, New York. This guy came in pretty rippy today. It was incredible. It was a very, very close race between 3 and 4. So put your hands together for Mr. number 4, Mason Copey. Nice, Mason. Where you at, my friend? He took off? Okay, thank you for that info. All right, here we go then. Top 3 gentlemen in the USATF. Top 10 now results. It looks like this. For the tip time in 3rd place, 1 hour, 21 minutes, 7 seconds. Provo, Utah local. Let's hear it for Zachary Erickson. Zachary, where you at, my friend? There you go, brother. Well done indeed. These chip times. You might have heard some of these chip times already, but they are insane, especially for this race. Looks like this. So if I can recall, 2nd place here was one of the top times ever in the history of Snowbird. I looked through all the results today, and had he run this last year, he might have just won. However, it looks like this year. With a chip time of 1 hour, 19 minutes, 5 seconds. 2nd place to our USATF top male result today with an average of a 9:12 mile. We put our hands together for Mr. Hop Cole. Hop Cole, where you at, brother? Nice.
Let me take a step back.
And with a clock time finishing up today in 1st place, we did just say his name. We did say his time, and it is a bit insane. His pace was 9 minutes, 7 seconds per mile. We talked about that earlier today. Means the guy probably runs a 4.5 minute mile down on the flats, which makes a lot of sense. So out of Orem, Utah, he's already been up here once today. He's going to do it again. 1:18:17 is the chip time. Clock time. Christian Allen, let's get back up here for your 3-peat. Unreal. Too. And for Snowbird, too, to repeat it, Snowbird is a true accomplishment. Ladies and gentlemen, get those cameras hot for all these men. And let's get those cameras, get those pictures right there. Christian Allen, Huck Collins, Zachary Erickson, your top 3 men of today. All right, gentlemen, if you want, hop up there. Let's get it like a huge festival up there. There you go, one more. There you go. Love it. Well done, we're going to move on to our next thing. Nicely done indeed. Wow. Okay, so now we're going to move into another award, and after that, we're going to move into the drawing.
We're back. Thanks, Mountain Outpost, for having us here today and listening to us and watching the live stream and getting to see this occur today.
If you are getting this morning, we still have the Hard Rock live stream going on, and next week we have Y East and High Racing.
So tune in.
Plenty of more live streams to come, and don't worry, you don't have to listen to me and Taylor talk anymore. There'll be other people talking.
You can get a break from the sound of our voices. And then we want to just say a special thank you to Game On Live Studios, who partnered with us today to be able to make this happen and you able to watch the USATF National Champs. So cool. I'm Tabor. We're known as the Hemmings, but thank you for listening to us today, and hopefully you had a good time. That's it from us. See you again later.